Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of our jury this morning. We're back on the record in State versus Mitcham. Let the record also reflect that we are in the presence of counsel for the state, counsel for the defense, and Mr. Mitcham. Good morning to all of you. Welcome back this morning. As you may recall, we went through those preliminary instructions last week, and today we will turn to opening statements this morning. As a reminder, the parties are permitted to make opening statements, and what they say in their opening statements is not evidence. It's simply an outline of what the parties think the evidence will be and is offered to help you understand and follow the evidence during the trial. And with that, I will turn it over to the state whenever you're ready.
Good morning. It has been said that the home serves as more than just a physical space. It is a sanctuary where individuals seek solace, comfort, security away from the outside world, and the freedom to let their guard down. For Allison Feldman, her home, nestled in a quiet neighborhood in Scottsdale, was just that, until the evening of February 17, 2015. You see, that was the night when Ian Mitcham, a man unknown to Allison, made his way into her home and proceeded to violently beat, sexually assault, and strangle her to death. Sadly, on February 17, 2015, Allison's sanctuary ultimately became the place where she would take her very last breath. This is Allison Feldman, and back in February of 2015, when she was killed, she was 31 years old. Allison wasn't originally from Arizona. In fact, she had spent most of her formative years in Minnesota. While there, she lived with her two parents and her older sister. Allison was tremendously close with her family. After Allison graduated high school, she moved to Arizona, specifically Tucson, so that she could attend college at the University of Arizona. After she graduated college, she eventually moved to Scottsdale, bought herself a condo, and then a short time after that began her career in medical device sales, a career where she experienced great success. Allison was independent. She was hardworking. She was well-liked by others. She spoke to her parents every day. She didn't live a fast life. She wasn't a partier or a gambler. She didn't use drugs, and she only drank socially on occasion. Around April of 2014, Allison met a man named Alex on a dating website, and they went on their first date April 4th, 2014, and their relationship progressed steadily from there. By June of 2014, Allison and Alex were in an exclusive relationship. Around that same time, Allison had decided to sell her condo, and then she purchased and moved into the house of her dreams in a neighborhood near Old Town Scottsdale. At the time, Alex was living with a roommate in Tempe, but he would frequently spend anywhere from 2 to 4 nights a week with Allison at her home. Allison was happy in her relationship with Alex. She loved him. And as for Alex, well, he felt the exact same way about Allison. In fact, he believed she was the woman he wanted to marry, and he had plans on proposing to her in July of 2015. Unfortunately, happily ever after for Allison and Alex would never come. Now, before I talk to you about what happened to Allison on February 17th, it's important that you understand how she spent her last few days. Fortunately, she was able to spend time with two people who meant a great deal to her. As you can see from the calendar, the weekend before February 17th was Valentine's Day weekend. And for that reason, Allison and Alex had plans to spend time with one another throughout the weekend. Allison actually got to have breakfast with her mom on the morning of February 14th. At the time, Allison's mom was working as a flight attendant, and she was in town on a brief layover, and so she got to have breakfast with her daughter in Tempe. After Allison had breakfast with her mom that morning, she went home, she did some things around the house, and then she spent time with Alex. For Valentine's Day, Alex made dinner for Allison. He bought her favorite flowers, which were pink tulips, and a card, and he took her to the movies. And after that, they went back to Allison's home, where they stayed together for the rest of the night. The very next day, February 15th, after a quiet morning at home, Allison and Alex decided to rent bikes. And they did that, and they rode locally through the neighborhoods and the parks, and then they went to Old Town and had lunch together at Zips. After that, they then went back to Allison's house, where they again stayed together for the rest of the night. Now, when Allison wasn't traveling for work, she mainly worked from home. So the next morning, which is Monday the 16th, per her usual routine, she got up and she handled some work matters. Allison was scheduled to go out of town on a brief work trip later that week, and around that same time, Alex was preparing to take his real estate exam. So Allison told Alex, hey, why don't you go home for the next couple days so that you can focus on your studying and I can get ready for my work trip. Allison and Alex didn't have plans to see each other again until Allison got back from her work trip on Friday, February 20th. That afternoon, somewhere between 2 and 3 p.m., Alex left Allison's house to head home. Little did he know that that would be the last time that he would ever see Allison alive. Which brings us to February 17th. Alex believed that Tuesday would be a normal working day for Allison, so he made plans to study all day for his real estate exam at home, which he did. As for Allison, she got up, did her normal thing, work calls, emails, other work-related things that she typically did. And then at lunchtime, she went to a restaurant called The Daily Dose so that she could meet her boss for her annual performance review. Allison was at The Daily Dose until around 2 o'clock that afternoon, and then she made her way home. She spent the rest of the afternoon doing work-related things, and then around 5:20 p.m., she decided to venture out and do some shopping. The first place she went was Kohl's, and she was at that store for just under an hour. After that, she went directly to Walmart, and she went there so she could buy a few groceries and other household items, and she was there for around 20 minutes or so. After she left Walmart, she went home. She got home around 7:15 p.m. A few minutes later, she closed her overhead garage door behind her. She deactivated her alarm, and she settled in for the evening. While she was at home, she put her groceries away, she unpacked some of the items from her Walmart bags, and she turned the TV on. She also exchanged some text messages with Alex, and she exchanged a few texts with one of her coworkers. Unfortunately, those text messages would be the last time that Alex or anyone else ever heard from Allison again. because later that night, a man unknown to Allison came into her house and proceeded to attack her. From the evidence, we know that Allison was attacked both inside of her home and in her backyard. Other than that, we can't tell you in any great detail exactly what happened to Allison or the order in which it happened. Allison would have been the only person who could have provided you with those details. But what I can tell you is that in her own home, her sanctuary, she was violently beaten, sexually assaulted, and strangled to death. That she suffered multiple blunt force injuries to her head, injuries that caused excessive amounts of bleeding. That so much force was applied to her genitalia that it resulted in multiple lacerations to the inside of her vagina. And that her attacker strangled her, both with his hands and with a ligature, causing her to sustain fractures to the internal structures of her neck. And from the scene, you will see that Allison fought for her life until the point where she simply couldn't fight any longer, and then the only thing left was the bloody aftermath. Displaced furniture, Allison's blood spread throughout her house and the backyard. A broken fingernail on the floor, her earring, and a pool tile with a clump of her hair in the swimming pool, and shards of broken glass from beer bottles strewn about the residence. And her killer, left with the daunting task of having to eliminate any evidence of having ever been inside her house. After the murder, he searched the kitchen, the laundry room, and the guest bathroom for items that he could find to clean the scene. He wiped and mopped up some of the blood off the floor. He sprayed down door handles and knobs of places that he had touched while he was inside the home. And he poured bleach over the crime scene, including over Allison's body and her dress, to try to eliminate any of his DNA. In fact, Allison's killer spent the next several hours inside her home attempting to eliminate any evidence that could eventually allow the police to connect him to what he had just done. During those several hours, he also looked for small items of value that he could steal. He went into Allison's master bedroom, he rummaged through her dresser drawers and a nightstand, and he went into the garage and he looked through her car parked inside. And when he was finally done, the killer left with some of Allison's jewelry, her wallet, phone, house key, and most importantly, with a large amount of cash. And he simply left Allison's deceased body in an open hallway, naked, with only the black dress that she had been wearing covering her face. Which brings us to February 18th. As I had mentioned to you earlier, Alex had spent most of February 17th, the day before, studying for his real estate exam. And that studying took him into the early morning hours of February 18th. But before he went to bed, he decided to send Allison a goodnight text, recognizing that it was late in the hour and she was likely sleeping. When she didn't respond, he wasn't concerned, and he simply went to bed. Later that morning, when he woke up, he sent her a good morning text, but he received no response. A few hours later, he sent her another text message asking, "Are you okay? I haven't heard from you." And there was still no response. He decided to call her phone, and he called it multiple times right after that last text at 11 in the morning. But all of his calls went unanswered. Now thinking that Allison might have possibly left early for her business trip and might have been on a plane, Alex decided that he was just going to do a little bit of schoolwork, run a few errands, and then he decided to go meet a friend for a late lunch at Paradise Bakery. When he was done at around 3:15, he tried to call Allison again. Again, he was unable to reach her. There was no answer. By this time, Alex was concerned. This had been the longest time that he had not heard from Allison ever, and he was surprised that she hadn't gotten back to him. So at this point, he decided to head to her house, and he arrived at her house shortly before 4 p.m. Now, during their relationship, Allison had provided Alex with a code to her garage door, access to her alarm system via an app on his phone, and he had also given her a house key. So when Alex arrived at Allison's house, he parked in the driveway, and he made his way to the garage, and he opened the garage door to check and see if her car was inside. He saw that her car was there, so he closed the garage, but before he went to the front door, he went on his phone and looked to see if her alarm was on, and he saw that it wasn't. So he made his way to the front door, but he didn't go in right away. He didn't want to just put his key in and barge in and possibly startle Allison, so he rang the doorbell a few times, but there was still no answer. At that point, he then put his key in and he went inside. Once inside, Alex discovered what appeared to be blood on the floor and displaced furniture, and he smelled an overpowering odor of bleach. And then, to his horror, he found Allison's body naked in the hallway with only something black covering her face. And at that point, he immediately called 911. In response to Alex's call to 911, Scottsdale police personnel and personnel from the fire department were dispatched to Allison's home. The fire department arrived first, and they officially pronounced Allison at 4:10 p.m. Personnel from Scottsdale Police Department also began to arrive, and patrol officers did a walkthrough of the residence to make sure that there was nobody else inside or within the backyard. While walking the residence, one of the things that police noted was that there did not appear to be any obvious signs of forced entry into the home. And another thing that police noted was an odor of bleach so strong that even officers who were standing outside of the house in the street could smell it. Allison's home was then secured until police could obtain a search warrant and begin their investigation. In addition to uniformed officers, homicide detectives, crime scene specialists, and crime scene personnel, or crime lab personnel, I should say, arrived to the home. And for the next 4 days, Scottsdale Police Department forensically processed Allison's home. The individuals responsible for processing the home typically wore booties, gloves, and other protective equipment to try and avoid any contamination of the scene. And at the end of each day, Allison's home was secured, and patrol officers were stationed both at the front door of her house as well as in the east alleyway to prevent anyone unauthorized from entering or disturbing the scene. During their investigation of Allison's home, police observed stains throughout the house, both on the walls and on the floor. And these stains were swabbed, and you will hear that these swabs were then taken back to the crime lab for analysis. Police also used a chemical process called Blue Star to identify areas where blood had been deliberately cleaned. Blue Star reacts to both blood and cleaning agents, and this process revealed additional blood that had been cleaned up both inside of the house and in the backyard. Investigators also noted what appeared to be signs of a struggle, both inside and outside of the home. Blood was observed throughout multiple rooms of the house, a piece of Allison's broken fingernail was found on her kitchen floor. Allison's earring was discovered on one of the swimming pool steps, and a broken pool tile with pieces of Allison's hair was located at the bottom of the swimming pool. Also, at the bottom of the pool was a blood-stained doormat. Investigators with the medical examiner's office were then called out to Allison's home to collect her body and transported to their office. Prior to removal, swabs were collected from Allison's body for later analysis. Her body was also inspected, and it was noted that so much bleach was poured over her body that it began to pool in her navel, and it started to make the skin of her body adhere to the tile floor. Once Allison's body was removed by the medical examiner's office, investigators processed the area where it had been found and noted large areas of blood beneath where both her head and genital region had been positioned. Investigators also processed the floors inside the home and outside of the home and preserved footprints, socked footprints, and shoe impressions for possible later comparison. Fingerprints and partial latent fingerprints were also collected from several items and surfaces for later possible fingerprint comparison. Police also collected swabs from certain surfaces for later DNA testing. This included swabs from surfaces that the police noted had been sprayed with a possible cleaning solution, such as the faucet, sink, and cabinet doors and handles in the kitchen, the faucet and sink and cabinet doors and handles in the guest bathroom, the cabinet doors and knobs in the laundry room above the washer and dryer, the door handles and knobs on the dresser drawers and nightstand in Allison's bedroom, and the passenger side handle of Allison's car parked in the garage. In their investigation with the assistance of Blue Star, police also observed stains on the living room couch. Cuttings of those stains were then taken and they were collected for later analysis. And then towards the end of the investigation, under Allison's couch, police located the upper portion of a broken beer bottle. Also, smaller pieces of glass consistent with one or more beer bottles were found by investigators on the living room and kitchen floor, as well as in the backyard. In the backyard, police also discovered that Allison had a cooler of beer that they had learned had been there for several weeks when she had a party at her house. And the bottles inside the cooler had rust on the caps from having been soaking in the water inside the cooler for weeks. And on their final day at the scene, police collected numerous items of furniture to include the couch cushions, pillows, coffee table glass tops, the dining room table, sliding doors, her plumbing system, chemicals, anything that they could find that might give them any information that would be useful to their investigation. And like in all cases such as this, an autopsy was performed on Allison in the morning hours of February 19th, 2015, by a forensic pathologist named Dr. Ferentz. After he completed his exam, Dr. Ferentz also asked if he could go out to the scene, and he did so later that afternoon. Dr. Ferentz determined that Allison's cause of death was asphyxia due to compression of the neck and possible compression of the torso. Dr. Ferentz found petechiae, which are small pinpoint dots from broken blood vessels, and other marks that he determined were consistent with strangulation. And he believed, based on what he saw, that Allison was strangled both manually and with a ligature. He also documented multiple blunt force injuries to her body, and the most significant injuries noted were to her head and to her vagina. he determined that she suffered massive blood loss from a large laceration on the rear of her head. And he also located several other smaller lacerations on the back of her head. And then multiple bleeding lacerations, varying in length and depth, were found to her vagina. And then finally, Dr. Ferentz observed bleach-related skin damage that he determined occurred after Allison's death. Now, while certain members of the Scottsdale Police Department processed the scene, additional personnel from Scottsdale Police Department began to investigate Allison's murder in other ways. Given that Alex, her boyfriend, was the one that found her, and given his relationship to her, police decided to interview him first, preliminarily at the scene, and then more thoroughly at the police department. While at the station, Alex voluntarily turned over all of his clothes. He provided a DNA sample to the police. He participated in a forensic physical examination, and he allowed the police to look through his phone. And during these contacts, police noted that Alex did not have any observable injuries and that his body and clothing did not appear to smell like bleach. Investigators also reached out and spoke to Allison's family, initially to notify them of her death, and then a little bit later to try and learn any additional information that might assist them in their investigation. Detectives by this time had already determined that her cell phone, her wallet, her house key, and a charger to the computer that was found on her couch was missing. During those conversations with Allison's family, they learned of additional items missing, such as items of jewelry, a white rug or blanket, I should say, that was typically on the top of her couch, as well as hand towels. Police also canvassed the neighborhood surrounding Allison's home, attempting to talk to every neighbor. And they did this so many times. In the first 6 months, police took 2 days during 3 months to talk to people in the neighborhood. They did it twice in February, they did it twice in March, and they did it twice in September. And still, after they had determined, after 2 years, who had committed this crime, they went out 2 years later and did another canvass event and even expanded the canvass area to try if they could get additional information that might help them solve this case. Additionally, police learned about Allison's security system, and they discovered that there were sensors on her front door, on her sliding glass door, on a laundry room / garage door, and a master bathroom door, and that her system captured all door openings and closings and documented them with a timestamp. And police determined that between 8:42 p.m. on February 17th and approximately 1:04 a.m. the very next day, that Allison's security system documented approximately 20 entries and exits from the residence, which you will hear about in more detail during the trial. Detectives also obtained and viewed an exorbitant amount of surveillance video from places Allison went on February 17th, from cameras affixed to neighbors' homes, and from stores that they were looking at that sold bleach, just to name a few of the types of things that they looked at. Now, early on in the investigation, this also began to be described as a deep dive. They spoke to members of her family, her boss and other coworkers, friends, and an ex-boyfriend. They gathered her phone records, her financial records, her social media and email records. They spoke to people who delivered mail and packages to her residence, not even just the current residence where she was at, but the prior condo where she had lived. They had spoke to people who did work at her house, contractors, the yard guy, the pool guy. Investigators were looking for any information they could find that might help them identify her killer. Police also engaged in a comprehensive investigation into Alex, much beyond their initial interviews with him on February 18th. They looked into his whereabouts on relevant dates and times. They spoke to people who knew him, including past girlfriends. They collected information about him. They obtained his financial records, his phone and email records, his employment and school records. And each time they learned additional information about Alex, they interviewed him again. And this took place for the next 3 years. Other units of the police department were also enlisted to help the violent crimes unit with the investigation. Registered sex offenders in the area were interviewed and surveilled. Known transients were interviewed. Tips from the Webb were investigated. Phone calls into the Scottsdale Police Department were investigated. And Scottsdale Police even traveled out of state to speak with a man who had committed a murder in somewhat of a similar way, who had ties to Arizona, just to see if he could possibly be involved. Between 2015 and 2018, Scottsdale Police Department spoke to hundreds of people. And one of the tips that police received during the investigation was regarding a man named James Castellamides. You will hear that James lived in relatively the same neighborhood as Allison and had a connection to her because he worked as a pharmacist at a Walgreens where she used to get some of her prescriptions. James is somewhat of an odd guy, and because of that personality and connection to Allison, people in the neighborhood began to gossip about him and the possibility of him being involved in Allison's murder. And so shortly after the murder, police contacted James Castellamides and asked him if he would consent to giving a DNA sample, which he agreed to. They contact James again and question him further about denied any involvement in Allison's murder. He even provided police with another DNA sample. He even agreed to take a polygraph when asked by police. But ultimately, police would exclude him as a suspect in Allison's murder. And while no investigation, ladies and gentlemen, can ever be classified as perfect, for the next 3 years, Scottsdale Police Department conducted an exhaustive investigation to try and identify the person responsible for Allison's murder. And a large part of that investigation involved DNA. You are going to hear a lot about DNA during this trial. As I had mentioned earlier, at the beginning of the investigation, for 4 days, Scottsdale Police Department processed Allison's home for evidence. Part of that processing included testing items of evidence and stains for DNA. Many of those items or swabs came back to individuals you would expect, given that they spent time in the house, such as Allison or Alex. A few of the results even came back to include individuals who were involved in processing the scene. But one of the stains observed, a stain that was located squarely in the middle of the crime scene, stood out to police. Not just the location or the appearance, but also the result. Because unlike most of the other stains that came back as matching Allison or even Alex's DNA, analysis of this stain revealed the DNA profile of an unknown person, and more specifically, an unknown male. And this same DNA profile was not just present on Allison's kitchen floor, but also on a cabinet knob in Allison's laundry room, on the outside handle of Allison's sliding glass door and on the upper portion of the broken beer bottle that was found under Allison's couch. All areas of the home that would be consistent with areas that Allison's killer would have been and consistent with items that Allison's killer would have touched. And police believed that once they determined the source of that unknown male profile, that they would learn the identity of Allison's killer. The unknown male's DNA profile derived from PMH, and why it's called PMH is it's photo marker H, so you understand what I'm talking about, was uploaded into a national DNA database called CODIS. And police learned that whoever it belonged to did not have his profile in the system. You will hear a great deal about this stain, PMH, during this trial. You see, throughout the investigation, Scottsdale police collected DNA samples from almost every single male they spoke to, including Allison's boyfriend, Alex, Allison's relatives, friends, neighbors, transients in the area, registered sex offenders in the area, and any other male leads that were investigated. Just under 200 samples were provided to the Scottsdale Police Department's crime lab, and the profiles generated from those samples were compared to the unknown profile derived from PMH to see if there was a match. Not one of the samples that they collected was a match. Therefore, each one of these individuals was excluded by Scottsdale Police Department as a suspect. One of the individuals that was excluded, not once, but twice, was James Castellamidis. And in late 2017, when Scottsdale Police Department had exhausted all investigative leads, they reached out to the Arizona Department of Public Safety's crime lab for assistance, and they requested that a familial DNA search be performed. For those of you who may be unfamiliar, familial DNA searching is a process used to potentially identify close biological relatives of the source of a DNA sample based on statistical comparison. DPS was willing to help Scottsdale, and they performed that search. And the results revealed that the DNA profile recovered from the crime scene likely matched a close male relative of an individual by the name of Mark Mitcham. So from there, detectives worked with a crime analyst to identify male family members of Mark Mitcham and develop intelligence that would assist them with ultimately identifying the source of the DNA recovered from the crime scene. Scottsdale Police Department determined that Mark Mitcham had a brother named Ian Mitcham, and that Ian Mitcham had ties to Scottsdale. The Scottsdale Police Department Crime Lab then compared a known DNA sample of Ian Mitcham to the unknown suspect DNA, which was PMH, recovered from the crime scene, and it was a match. Ian Mitcham, the defendant in this trial, was the source of the unknown DNA profile that Scottsdale Police Department had spent the last 3 years trying to identify. Once police identified the unknown DNA profile as belonging to Ian Mitcham, they began to investigate him further. And during the investigation, police learned that Ian drove a black Ford Mustang. This is going to be important because you will hear that it is a common practice for police officers to run license plates on vehicles that they see driving late at night. And you will learn that in the early morning hours of February 18th of 2015, shortly after Allison's murder, Mitcham's license plate was run by 2 different Scottsdale police officers. who observed his Ford Mustang within a few miles of Allison's residence. This fact will become extremely relevant during this trial in relation to the timing of the door activity at Allison's house that morning and other evidence that you will hear. And then finally, on April 10th, 2018, after being linked to the DNA found at the crime scene and to the black Ford Mustang, Ian Mitcham was taken into custody. He agreed to be interviewed by the police, and he sat down and spoke with Detective Heinzelman and Sergeant Lockerbie. During that interview, Mitcham confirmed that he was the only person who was driving the black Mustang back in 2015. He also confirmed that he was living at an address on Pierce Street in Tempe during that same time period. Mitcham told police that back in 2015, he was depressed and that his life sucked. He said he was drinking heavily and frequently, and that it was mainly because he and his former fiancée, a woman by the name of April Hall, were on the outs and headed towards separation. He went on about how April didn't love him, that she didn't want to be with him, and how they were sleeping in separate rooms at this point and no longer having sex. When the subject of Allison's murder was introduced, Mitcham acknowledged that he remembered hearing about her murder and that he had read about it in the news. He further told police that he had heard that Allison had lived off the freeway or Thomas or something like that, and that he remembered her murder being a local story because she was young and it was an unusual thing for Scottsdale. Mitcham was shown a photograph of Allison Feldman and said that he recognized her from the news. When asked if Mitcham knew Allison, he said he didn't know her, he had never met her, and more importantly, that he had never been to her house. Mitcham was also shown a picture of Allison's boyfriend, Alex, and he also denied any connection or knowledge of Alex or that he knew him or had ever met him. Ultimately, Mitcham denied any involvement in Allison's murder. But what will be important from his interview with the police is not only the information he provided, but the information that he didn't. Because even though the police had located his DNA on multiple items and surfaces in Allison's home, Mitcham maintained that he had never been inside of Allison's house, and he was unable to provide any explanation for how his DNA ended up in this crime scene. As part of the investigation, Scottsdale Police Department also executed search warrants at the address where Mitcham was living in 2018, which was a different address than where he was living in 2015. And they also executed a search warrant on his black Ford Mustang. Given that these warrants were executed 3 years after Allison's murder, and Mitcham had this entire time to dispose of anything that could tie him to the murder, it was no surprise that nothing of evidentiary value was located. Even after the police arrested Mitcham, they continued to investigate him further. And one of the ways they did this was by obtaining his banking records to see if there was any unusual activity at or near the time of Allison's murder. And what police discovered when reviewing those records was that Mitcham appeared to be struggling financially back in 2015, that his primary bank account was routinely overdrawn, he was constantly getting hit with overdraft fees, and that this was happening in the weeks and days leading up to the murder. But of greatest significance to the police in those records were 2 large ATM deposits, as you can see in green, made by Mitcham, and the locations, dates, and times those deposits were made in relation to Allison's murder. On February 18th, 2015, at around 12:28 a.m., Mitcham deposited $1,000 into an ATM located just a few miles from Allison's home. And then later that same day, he made another deposit of $1,500 into an ATM located near his work. You will see and hear testimony that over the course of a calendar year, that Mitcham had never made deposits in cash of this size, and that any sizable deposits into this account were from his employer. You will learn the significance of the deposit at 12:28 a.m. on February 18th and how it coincides with the door activity at Allison's home and the times that Mitcham's license plate was run by the two Scottsdale officers. As part of the investigation, police also interviewed April Hull on April 10th, 2018, Mitcham's former fiance and mother of his child. During that interview, April confirmed that Mitcham was driving the black Mustang and that he lived with her at that Pierce address back in 2015. Police also learned that April had been keeping a journal on her cell phone with entries dating all the way back to 2012. And from this journal, they noted that April had documented that on February 17th, 2015, that Mitcham was not home that night, and that she remembered going to bed at around 11 p.m., and Mitcham had never come home that day. April further documented in her journal that when she woke up the next day, Mitcham was home, and then mentioned that after he dropped off their daughter at school, she didn't see him again until 8 p.m. that night. April described Mitcham as being secretive and that he was constantly hiding things and that she didn't have access to the areas where he did so. And she told police that it wasn't unusual for Mitcham to come home looking disheveled or even scratched up at times, though she didn't recall anything that stood out to her when she saw him on April 18th of 2015. When police asked April about her sexual relationship with Mitcham, they learned that Mitcham had engaged in strangulation with her during prior sexual encounters, and that on at least one occasion have left marks on her neck from the strangulation. As part of their investigation, police also talked to another one of Mitcham's former girlfriends, where they learned that Mitcham had engaged in strangulation with her multiple times during sex, and that the strangulation had involved both Mitcham using his hands and on one occasion, Mitcham using a belt, and that on one occasion resulting in a mark being left on her neck. As part of the police investigation, Mitcham's phone was also collected, and of interest to the police was a specific pornographic video located in his phone that depicted an act of strangulation, not only similar to the acts described by Mitcham's former girlfriends, but similar to the mechanism of injury described and determined in the homicide, thus illustrating Mitcham's propensity and sexual interest for asphyxiation. Police also spoke to various family members that the defendant was living with at the time of his arrest, all of which claimed to know nothing about the defendant's involvement in these crimes. To date, police have never been able to establish any other reason for the defendant's presence in Allison's home other than the fact that he was the person responsible for her attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here because on February 17th, 2015, the defendant, Ian Mitcham, inflicted unimaginable violence upon Allison Feldman, an innocent and unsuspecting victim, a person who he didn't even know, a person who he had no connection to, a person who did not deserve to die in the manner in which she did or in the place where she was supposed to feel the safest. Before that night, Allison's home, her sanctuary, was a place of security, peace, and comfort. It should not have been the place where her young and promising life came to an end. The time has now come, nearly 11 years after Allison's brutal attack, for the defendant to face the consequences of the actions he took and the decisions he made on February 17, 2015. Because his actions and his decisions are what have earned him a seat in this courtroom. And the state is confident that after you listen to and evaluate all the evidence in this case, that you will find no other appropriate verdict to return for the crimes that he is charged with, but guilty.
And at this
what point do you start looking at, hey, the deck's just too stacked against us, we need to start, making some concessions here. There needs to, I just don't feel like our argument that we may have is the strongest point. What
We are back on the record in State versus Mitcham. Let the record reflect we're outside the presence of the jury. We are in the presence of counsel for the state, counsel for the defense. Mr. Mitcham, good afternoon to all of you. And we will at this time be turning it over to the defense for their opening statement. But before that, I just wanted to check in with the parties. Anything that we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
Ms. Otis isn't here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought she had.
She just stepped out. I'll just grab her.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Anything that we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
Judge, at the lunch hour, I did check Rule 122, and my reading of it is the court can put limitations on witnesses' face appearing, as Mr. Stone has requested. I know that we don't want any witness to curb or change their testimony because there's a camera on them. I believe that Ms. Otis said that he's not requesting that there's a change in voice or anything like that, just that his face be blurred or not shown. I may make similar requests for some of our witnesses, and if in the third phase, if we ever get there, I will be making that request for some of the mitigation witnesses, as their testimony may be sensitive and they don't want their face shown on TV.
Okay, thank you. And the state's position on that, I take it in agreement?
I do. And if the defense is going to be making similar requests, I think given the nature of what this witness's testimony is going to be about and the fact that he is the person who found her, I think his interests are just separate from probably some of the other witnesses who are going to take this stand during the trial. And for that reason, and to make him as comfortable as possible, to not inhibit anything, we would ask that limitation be put in place.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I'm just pulling up Rule 122 for myself. If you would just give me a moment, I'd like to read through it again. Okay, so 122D talks about a judge may deny or may limit a request for media coverage, and I have to make specific on-the-record findings that there's a likelihood of harm arising from one or more of the following factors, and that the harm outweighs the benefit of coverage to the public. So Part A is the impact of coverage upon the right of any party to a fair hearing or trial. And what I'm hearing from the attorneys is that the attorneys are in agreement of just blurring out this individual's face, but you could still hear his testimony. The reason being they want the witness to be comfortable and not feel the need to change testimony or feel pressured in any way. So I think that would satisfy prong A. The impact of coverage upon the right of privacy of any party, victim, or witness. And again, this witness is apparently expressing the need to have some privacy given their closeness to the particular issues in this case. the impact of coverage upon the safety and well-being of any party. And as I understand it, the witness has expressed well-being issues to the state about having to testify. And any other factor affecting the administration of justice. And so with that, I will go ahead and order making those findings that the witness's voice can be broadcast and recorded, but ask that the photographer and or press and media blur out the victim's face. I'm sorry, not the victim, the witness's face in this case. So order that the video coverage must effectively obscure the face and there only be audio coverage of the testimony of the witness. All right, anything else that you think I may need to put on the record for that?
I don't believe so, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
From defense.
Okay. And then we will go ahead and bring the jury in. And just so you all know, I'll plan to take a break in about an hour and a half, which puts us, I believe, at about 3:15 or 3 o'clock.
After Mr. Kirchler is done, if we could take a brief break, only because the state's going to need time to get things situated for the witness.
Okay, that works well. We'll just take the break then.
Okay.
Okay.
Rise with the jury.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury. Welcome back from lunch. And at this time, we will go ahead and turn it over to the defense for your opening statement whenever you're ready.
Can everyone hear me? 3 years after Allison was murdered, Ian was charged. But the state, they charged the wrong guy. Ian did not commit this crime. Ian is innocent. James Castlemeades is the one they should have charged because he is the one that did it. The evidence will show that. You're going to hear evidence about James towards the end of the trial. So please be patient and listen to all the evidence. From 2003 to 2016, Ian lives at 338 East Pierce in Tempe, Arizona. He lived there with his girlfriend, April, for much of that time, his daughter, Peyton, and April's son, Matthew. You will hear that Ian and April were in the sunsets of their relationship in 2015. Their relationship spanned more than a decade. They had their ups and downs. There were times when Ian and April were separated, and Ian had another girlfriend. You will hear that they weren't getting along in 2015. That you will hear that in April's eyes, Ian couldn't do anything right. For April, Ian's drinking was a problem. Ian's drinking was a reason he wasn't home. Ian tried to avoid April. April was making book on Ian. She kept a diary from 2012 all the way to 2016. And in that diary, she documented the comings and the goings of him and everything that he did wrong. When he was home, when he wasn't home, what he looked like, what he was doing. And anything that she saw that would help build her case for custody, she marked down. She kept this diary on her phone. And you're going to hear from April. Ian went to work. Ian came home. Ian took his daughter to daycare every day. But at the end of the day, he didn't always come home at night. He'd go to the gym. He might go out for a drink. He might go to a strip club. He avoided April. He avoided being at home. He avoided being there to have a conflict with her. On February 17th, 2015, Ian was home in the morning. He had his normal day. He got up, he took Peyton, his daughter, to daycare, and then went to work. He went to work, he worked at NetVest, which is over on Bahia Drive, just east of the 101 by Westworld. It's a financial company. He worked there. Ian has a degree from ASU in finance, business. So on that day, he went to work. He had lunch at Twin Peaks. He spent $27.40. He went back to work. At the end of the day, 4:45, he made a call to a friend. Made another call to his workout buddy. See if they would go working out. Ian worked out at the EOS, which is at Raintree and Northside. It's directly behind the Kohl's that you just heard about. At some point that evening, Ian went to his brother's house. You're going to hear from his brother, whose name is Craig. You're going to hear that Ian went to his house because Ian needed money. Ian was behind on what his income should be and the bills that he needed to pay. Ian had a DUI in January of 2015. Ian had to hire an attorney for that. And Craig, big brother, was going to help him with that. So Craig would give Ian money when he needed it. He loaned Ian $1,000 that night. He loaned him $1,000 to pay for things so that Ian wouldn't fall behind on his mortgage. He wouldn't fall behind on his taxes. He wouldn't fall behind on his electric bill. You're going to hear that Ian deposited that $1,000 at the bank on Scottsdale and Earl. You're going to hear that Craig, who was at the time working for CEMEX, he worked at a plant. He was the manager of that plant. It's now Vulcan Materials. And that he would work nights for the most part, or 2 to 10 generally, that, I guess, third shift or second shift. And nobody knew his schedule, except that that's when he was usually home, sometime after 10:30. Ian would go to his house. This wasn't the first time that Ian borrowed money from Craig. Craig's that big brother. Craig's born in 1962. Ian's born in 1975. Craig and Ian have lived together. When Ian graduated high school, Craig was the person that brought him into the house, and he stayed there during his college career. Craig sometimes steps into the role of dad, much to the disdain of Ian. But that night, he was going to give Ian money. But along with that, getting money from the big brother, you got the lecture. You got the lecture about, shipping up or shipping out kind of thing. Listen to this, lay off this, do that. It came with strings. And it was when Craig was ready for it. If Craig came home and he was tired from the end of the day, from working, put his feet up and he made Ian wait. He made him wait till he was good and ready to get that money out of the safe and give it to Ian. And Ian needed that money because he was moving money around in his bank accounts. He had to pay his mortgage. He had to cover that mortgage. So he needed that $1,000. You're going to see Ian's bank statements. You're also going to see that Ian made a deposit the next day as well. And that he made $1,500 deposits. He wrote his bills on the 18th and 19th. You're going to see his check register. You're going to see his bank records. You're going to see Ian's financials. You're also going to see that in Ian's house, he had an office that he built. This is where April says he would go at night when he was avoiding her and Peyton and Matthew. He would just go into his office and do whatever. In that office, there was a safe. And that safe, when you pressed the buttons, it made sounds. And she could hear it. And I didn't want to wake her up. So that Tuesday night, Ian went to Craig's house. And he waited. Now, Craig lives at 38th and Earl, 38th and Thomas, which is here in Phoenix. After Craig gave him the lecture, gave him the money, Ian went to that ATM on Scottsdale and Earl, a place that he's deposited money for many times. And he deposited the money, 1228. Then he went down Scottsdale Road, and he went to his house. And his house is just off of Continental, which is south of McDowell, on Pierce. And he came home, and it was probably close to 1 o'clock. Ian didn't kill Allison. He was at his brother's house. You're going to hear Officer Carlucci talk about how she was running patrol in that area in South Scottsdale, and at how she ran the plates on that Mustang at 1241. And she was actually in the process of pulling up over somebody else, unrelated, near that Circle K on the corner. That Circle K is on the corner where Ian would turn right and go into his neighborhood. It's only a few blocks from his home. After she finished that traffic stop, she ran the plates again. There was another officer, Officer Capucci. They were working in tandem, kind of on the same squad. He ran the plates. They can't tell you anything about that night, what they did or how they got that. Carlucci, she says she would have probably observed the Mustang. Capucci doesn't know if he got a text. If he observed, he doesn't know. He has no recollection. Only thing he's got is he ran the plates and then went to the next screen, which showed that Craig owned that car. Ian was home by 12:45, by 1 o'clock. Ian is innocent. The state charged the wrong guy. You will hear that Ian does not live anywhere near Allison. Ian lives on the west side of Scottsdale Road, south of McDowell. His neighborhood's not near hers. He doesn't know her. He's never been to her house. There's no connection whatsoever between the two of them. Ian certainly didn't kill or sexually assault or burglarize Allison's house. what I want to talk to you about is a preview of what this trial is going to be. You guys saw the calendar in your jury questionnaire. Over the next several weeks, even months, you're going to hear from a lot of people. You're going to hear from police officers, crime scene specialists. You're going to hear from some civilians, too. You're going to hear from lab techs. You're going to hear from detectives, police officers, anybody who touched this case, and it's going to take a while. Please be patient. There will be times when the defense asks questions, and there may be a lot of questions. But there may also be times when there are none, or very few. Allison was murdered. No question about that. The scene is what it is. The investigation is what it is. But I didn't kill Allison. Somebody else did. And that somebody is James Castellmedes. You're going to hear about how the scene was processed. You're going to hear from the crime scene specialist and the detectives who were in charge of that, and how they were at the house from the 18th to the 21st. You're going to hear how they collected samples. And when I say collected samples, that means they were swabbing samples. They used like a Q-tip. And it's a big Q-tip, like maybe 8 to 10 inches long. It's got like the little wad at the end. And what they do is they rub real hard. And they try to turn the swab over and over so that they can get through the grease, the grime, and whatever to pull up any biological material. And they did that. They went through the dirt and the grime and got whatever they could in search of biological material. You're going to hear from the Scottsdale Crime Lab and other experts how sensitive DNA kits have become, how little DNA evidence you need to get a profile. We're talking nanograms or picograms, like a granule of sugar. That's how much DNA or cellular material is required. That's how far DNA kits have come in the last 25 years. You're going to hear the number of swabs, the number of samples that the Scottsdale Police Department and the crime scene specialists from the Scottsdale Crime Lab took. You're going to hear not only did they take swabs of the items, for whatever wasn't nailed down, they took, and then they swabbed it again. You're going to hear how that scene was processed through those days and how things were moved around, they gone through, and that literally they went through everything. That was the scene. You're going to hear how the Scottsdale Police Department, that very day, after Alex arrived and they were called at 4 o'clock, how they worked till 9, 10 o'clock at night. How they cast a wide net on who could have done this. You're going to hear how the police officers, immediately after clearing the house, they went out and started knocking on doors. You're going to hear that the first responders literally knocked on 30 doors the night of the 18th. You're going to hear that no person was too remote. You're going to hear that Detective McWilliams was the original case agent. You're going to hear that Detective Heinzelman was in charge of the scene. Now they worked in tandem. You're going to hear that there were sergeants, lieutenants, and that the Scottsdale Police Department responded and it was all hands on deck. Anybody who was available came. Didn't matter if you were in the violent crimes unit. If you were available and your sergeant called you, you came to the scene and you got assigned a task. And detectives from other units went out, interviewed people, surveilled people, gathered information on people. Hundreds of people were contacted, even at the very beginning in the first few days. Over 170 people gave a buccal swab. A buccal swab is basically the police officer would go to the house, talk to the people there, and they would ask each and every male to open their mouth and swab the cheek so that they could get a saliva sample to get DNA profile. You will hear from the first responders that there was no forced entry in this house. There was nothing to indicate that someone broke a window, broke a door. There's no door frames that are, off. There's no broken glass from a window in the house. You will hear that Scottsdale cast this wide net, put it out on social media, asked for tips. They even had a Webb tip line. And people called in. People called in from all over and had all kinds of things. You will hear how Scottsdale Police Department, at least at the very beginning, responded to almost every tip. You will hear about the neighborhood canvass. You will hear how many times they canvassed the neighborhood, how many times they knocked on the door. When I say canvassed the neighborhood, they literally knocked on the door and said to people, do you have any information about this homicide? And then they would ask each and every person who was male, can I take a buccal swab? Yet you're going to hear how they did miss some people. They would knock on the doors, they would talk to people, but some people weren't home. Even on the first night, one of the officers went to 30 houses and he said that, several people from like 4 or 5, the very first 4 or 5, weren't home. You're going to hear about one of the people that they missed was a person who, close in time, may have observed or had important information about the possible killer. You're going to hear that the Scottsdale Police Department went to his house, talked to his parents. They never talked to him. It wasn't until 2017 when they got to go back to him and talk to him. 2 years had passed. You're going to hear about how Scottsdale Police Department contacted or even surveilled any potential suspect. You're going to hear how the sex crimes unit contacted the sex offenders that were living in the area. They went to a tire shop and watched one of them. You're going to hear how the Scottsdale Police Department contacted Allison's ex-boyfriend. People that she knew, friends, family. You're going to hear how anybody who came in close proximity with Allison was talked to. You're going to hear about the tree trimmer. You're going to hear about the UPS driver. You're going to hear about the pool guy. You're going to hear about different people in that neighborhood. And despite being kind of a quiet Scottsdale neighborhood, there were several transients in the area. And those people were contacted too. And a DNA swab was taken from them. You're going to hear how Alex, not only was he investigated, but several of his friends were talked to by the Scottsdale Police Department. You're going to hear that they gave buccal swabs. While they followed up on several leads, at some point, the investigation was kind of like traveling, rabbit holes, right? You'd go talk to somebody, and you didn't get much more than that. Scottsdale Police Department kind of changed the investigation, and it became kind of 2 veins of investigation. First was the vein to look into Alex. Look into Alex, look into every aspect of his affairs. Get his bank records. Get his cell phone records. Look at his financials. Look at his emails. Look at his texts. Look at his social media. And this spanned over 2 years. They continued to talk to Alex, and anytime something came up that they found out, they went back and talked to him again. They did a deep dive into Alex. The second vein of investigation relied on that DNA, that PMH. They got information. They went and talked to the person that the information was about and asked for a buccal sample. And if that person gave that buccal sample, it was immediately tested against PMH. And if it matched or it didn't match PMH, that person was excluded and they moved on. No further down that rabbit hole, no further down that investigation path. You're going to hear how Scottsdale Police Department went to far end, so to speak, to get that buccal swab because they were putting all their eggs in that basket. That PMH was their guy. If it wasn't Alex, it was PMH. And everything should fall into place. You're going to hear how the Scottsdale Police Department, when one person said, I'm not giving you a buccal sample, here's my alibi. They talked to the alibi. He says, yeah, he was home with me, putting up a shelf. Not good enough. They followed that guy down to Tucson, waited for him to go through a Starbucks, waited for him to finish his Starbucks, and as he put that cup in the trash, Scottsdale Police Department was ready there to get it. And they got that sample, ran his DNA. But guess what? It didn't match age. He was excluded, never talked to again. And that was from a tip at Scottsdale Police Department that this guy had something there. You heard, or you will hear, how Detective Heinzman even traveled to New Mexico to talk to a person who was in custody for a murder that was similar in nature, that they had used bleach to cover up the scene. Detective Heinzman went and talked to that person, got that buccal swab. He didn't match age. Done. That's how this investigation went. I'm going to tell you, DNA does not lie, but it doesn't tell a story. DNA can tell you the who, but it cannot tell you the how or the when the DNA got there. You will hear from DNA experts who will tell you about DNA. DNA is not like a fingerprint. Fingerprints, you have to be present to put it down. DNA is not like that. It moves freely, like a cold in the air, or like dust in the wind. Remember, it's small like a granule of sugar, and DNA only comes from cellular material. So it moves freely around. Scottsdale Police Department used it to prevent going down rabbit holes. They shouldn't have done that. DNA is a piece of evidence at best. No more than that. It does not tell the story. You cannot ignore other information. You have to consider everything. As you all know, this is an important case. Scottsdale Police Department spent 3 years investigating this case. They took a shortcut. And while it might have seemed appropriate at the time so that they didn't spend eternity going down, as they would call rabbit holes, or I'd call rabbit holes, that shortcut ended up charging the wrong guy. You're going to hear about some of the leads that they did follow up on, and to the extent that they did or didn't do. I told you about James K., or James Casselmedes. You're going to hear about him. He was her pharmacist. And in 2015, on February 21st, just 6 days after the murder, there was a tip that led Scottsdale Police Department to interview him at the Walgreens that he worked. He was her pharmacist. He knew who she was. They got a buccal swab. Guess what? He didn't match PMH. So he was excluded. Now, other tips came in from him. They were not followed up on. Or for him, they were not followed up on. Till July of 2016, the Scottsdale Police Department received information from another call from other parties that they had learned of some information or about James Casselmedes. And they told the Scottsdale police that he had made some concerning statements regarding the homicide. Scottsdale Police Department followed up on that. You're going to hear Detective Heinzelman and Detective McWilliams went to his house right after talking to those people, within 15 minutes. They got another buccal swab. Now, they observed him already drinking. This is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He's drinking a Leinenkugel. Now, that might not be anything, but that's the beer that was at Allison's house. That might not be anything. They didn't follow up. They didn't follow up and learn about him. They kind of wiped their hands clean of it, kind of moved on. This is 2016. They did not check his phone. They did not check his social media. They did not check his dating sites. They were in his house. They didn't get a search warrant for his house. Arguably, if they did, they might have found that phone, her wallet, that blanket. All the things that they say are missing. They didn't do any of that. He didn't match PMH. They had already known that when they were going there. It was a kind of, I'm going to dot my I's and cross my T's. And in fact, Detective Heinzelman told James K. that he would tell his boss that he went and followed up on this. That's unacceptable. You're going to hear that if they would have investigated further on James, they could have talked to his girlfriend, who was one of those tips that they never followed up on. His friends, and even his neighbors. You're going to hear about their observations of James. You're going to hear from his girlfriend that on occasion he strangled her. He also tackled her, pushed her into a fridge. And guess what? He lived on 87th Street in Osborne, less than a half a mile from the victim. You're going to hear how he walked the alleys at night. And of course, drank the same beer that was at the scene. You're going to hear all about him. And you're going to hear from those witnesses. And with the information they learned, they should have done more. They should have done more with him. Ian's innocent. Ian didn't kill Allison. Ian didn't sexually assault Allison. Ian didn't burglarize that house. Ian's never been there. The state charged the wrong person. And I ask you to be patient, listen to the evidence in this case. Listen to the processes that the Scottsdale Police Department took and what they did not do. In your instructions, you heard that you were able to ask questions. I encourage you to ask questions if you have them. At the end of this trial, you will be asked to make a determination of whether you're firmly convinced with no real possibility of innocence. The evidence will show that Ian was with his brother, then home. Someone else killed Allison. The state did not charge him, and he is not on trial. But ladies and gentlemen, what you'll find is that Ian is innocent, and that's the real possibility of innocence. And I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty of all the charges. Thank you.
So this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief break before we get into witness testimony. Let's take about 10 minutes or so. We'll come back at 2 o'clock, and please remember that admonition.
Advice for the jury.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are outside the presence of the jury, and I just wanted to follow up on my ruling on the next witness. So to be clear, under, this is 122D subsection 2, the order is that video coverage must effectively obscure the face and identity of that witness, or that there may only be audio coverage of the testimony of the witness. So are you asking for the identity, for example, his name to not be played along with the blurring of his face?
I mean, I know that would be his preference. I'm not sure I can make such a request for that.
Okay.
But I do want to make sure, like I mentioned earlier, for his comfort level that he is not filmed.
Okay. And so, for example, the portion where he comes in and he's sworn in and states his name, I'm going to order that his face be blurred out. Okay. And just wanted to check anything from the defense on that.
Not on that, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else that you wanted to take up?
Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 6, the gentleman, I think about right in front of the microphone, his eyes were closed during parts of my opening.
Okay. I was watching number 6. There were times he was looking down and his eyes were closed, but then he would open them. So I don't think he was necessarily asleep, but I can certainly remind the jury that if anyone needs to take a stretch break or needs a break to raise their hand, if that's the issue. But I did notice he was opening his eyes, and it's not like his eyes were closed for a prolonged period of time.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And we'll come back at 2 o'clock.
So I'm going to play something off of this. But there is no on this one.
I did not. It shouldn't be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we handle this just like
Actually, Trent, if you want to mute it so that we can get back into this. Sorry. If you want to keep it muted just so we can get into this so it won't be going over. We're ready.
okay, go on?
Let's do
Do
it.
you mind introducing the judge? Okay.
All right, welcome back. Wow, Brian, this has been a really fascinating day with opening statements starting in the Ian Mitchell murder trial. Allison Feldman, the victim in this case, and taken a decade to get here, but the twists and turns even just today, where two very different set of circumstances and stories where prosecutors have really gone hard with the evidence and where that mounts to, but the defense coming in and saying, you've got the wrong guy. It's someone else, and introduced a new person that they're saying committed the crime, a pharmacist, apparently. They said that had ties to Miss Feldman, but again, just kind of out of nowhere. And we had a little bit of break there. I believe juror number 6 had his eyes closed, may have possibly fallen asleep.
Been there, done that.
Yes. And they were getting up and going a little bit, but I believe that we will have the first witness going today.
And this is why we do the trials, really, right? Because, you know, the prosecution, I thought, came out strong and listed all of the evidence that they plan to go over during the trial. And at the end of their opening arguments, you're like, yeah, okay, sounds like they got a lot. Then the defense comes up and they just immediately out of the gate say, you got the wrong guy. This is the guy you should be looking at. Named his name, said where he works, said all these connections he allegedly had to the victim, and you're like, whoa. And then they started taking shots at DNA and how it's maybe not so solid as you think, like a fingerprint like you see on TV and movies. So there's a lot to unpack here, and we got a couple of experts to help us get through this.
And just for clarity, for folks watching, we're not going to name the person that was mentioned in court because, again, they haven't been charged with a crime. So we're going to let the attorneys work that out, and the court certainly sort out what happened, what didn't happen. But let's bring in expert we're really excited to talk to, Judge Mel McDonald. Judge, how are you this afternoon? And please, if you can give us your read, what you've been watching all morning long.
Yes, I watched both the opening and both the state and the defense. I thought they both did exceptional jobs. I thought the prosecutor did a magnificent job of laying out her presentation and the evidence. The defense did what they need to do to hopefully try to raise reasonable doubt. And as you've noted, I thought it was an interesting twist that they're trying to point the finger to somebody else. And that could very easily backfire. You've got to believe that that person they pointed the finger at will be a prosecution witness. And I think a prosecutor may well say that there's now been a second victim in this case, the gal that was murdered and the innocent person who he is now accused.
Judge, good point. You know, we hear a lot about discovery, and you think it goes from the prosecution needs to tell the defense what evidence they have. Did the prosecution know that they were going to out this guy so early, do you think?
I've got to believe that they did. Otherwise, I think the prosecutor would be up and shouting. There are indications from what I heard in the opening statement that people had referred to this person that worked at the pharmacy. So I've got to believe that they have investigated that case. They've undoubtedly taken DNA swabs of the pharmacist, have excluded him from the evidence that was found at the scene of the murder. And so I don't know the extent to which they have the information, but I've got to believe they've known about this. They knew that he was going to try to point the finger of somebody else. And that has a great potential for backfire.
Can you hear me okay? I think my audio kind of dipped out there. But Judge, if we could real quick, I know that you've been looking extensively into familial DNA, also the DNA in this case and how it was collected with his prior arrest with the DWI that I believe was 3 years before Miss Feldman was murdered, and like we had mentioned before, this went all the way to the Arizona Supreme Court, where they did rule that it was admissible. But can you tell us your opinion on that, of where the high court ruled, and then also split the difference on where would be circumstances where it would not be admissible based on where things were?
Yeah, this case actually was petitioned to the United States Supreme Court, which denied review. There have been division in the circuits over whether there's got to be an active investigation at the time they run this familial DNA. I will tell you, when I was a prosecutor in the 1970s, I was involved in two of the most high-profile, notorious rape cases at that time in Arizona history. One of those cases, we used what they called neutron activation analysis. DNA is remarkable. Oftentimes, witnesses can make mistakes on ID, but DNA is some of the most powerful, potent evidence that's out there today. Familial DNA is something that's developed where you can actually get DNA of a family member, and it's not the person, but you know that it's a relative of the person. In this case, there was either two brothers and three children possible. And they took this DUI sample from 2016 and connected ion to this DNA. That by far is the most compelling evidence. I think one other thing, there's been a lot of talk about, well, what's the motive? I think from what I've seen, the sexual assault is a clear motive, the brutal violence, the theft of money, the payments of money. No, we don't have something in writing. He wasn't caught at the scene. But you have all these bits and pieces that you put into a puzzle to say, is there enough to show that this likelihood beyond a reasonable doubt that this is the individual that did it? And I think there's, from what I've heard thus far, they've got some very compelling evidence. That DNA is absolutely critical. And yeah, they tried to diminish it. The defense attorney says, well, you can get a speck here and there, but it was the different locations that they found it in the house, and a statement from him that he had never been in the house. It's the problem they're facing is how are you going to explain that DNA getting to different points inside the house where you've never been? And then when you add to that the monies that were deposited, the vehicle at the scene, they've got a fairly compelling case going forward, the prosecution.
This DNA stuff, Your Honor, is so powerful now, but clearly people were being prosecuted for crimes like this way before DNA showed up. So does it somehow diminish circumstantial evidence now? And the jury's like, okay, his car, his ATM, whatever, but I want to see the science. Is that where we're at?
I think DNA evidence is probably the strongest component in this case and in all cases. And again, it's because of the reliability, the certainty that you can specifically identify that person, that is his DNA. My DNA, of the billions of people on the earth, there's only one person that has my DNA. And if I left that DNA in a grocery store or in a car, I have been in that car, and they can, if they've got a way to locate it and to identify it, and then now what they do is people convicted of felonies, they've got to have their DNA put in the system. It's able to identify, to answer questions, so you're not relying on ID where people might be mistaken or there's similar appearances. You've got something that science that says that person, part of that person's body, that physical makeup was in that house, and in this instance, at different locations of that house. That is compelling.
Judge, I want to ask you too, just a follow up with that, where as a defense attorney, why even bring up the other man in this case? I know that they did mention also that they had taken a buccal swab of this person originally, but There was no claim whatsoever that the DNA found in the house was tied to this person. But I'm just curious, just as a legal strategy of, you kind of mentioned that they gave out that, hey, DNA might be everywhere, the particles and how small this can be. But you just laid out a very compelling part that, hey, if it's not directly in the house, on her body, etc., as Ian Mitcham is apparently was, why bring him up in the first place?
Well, the defense's role is to try to create a reasonable doubt. Oftentimes, they won't have any put on any evidence and say the state simply didn't prove their case. Other times, they'll try to point little bits and pieces. In this case, there's obviously some information. Apparently, neighbors or associates provided information about this other person that prompted an investigation, that prompted suspicions. What you're trying to do is to say, when you're in the jury room, you're looking at a death penalty case. Here's this information. Here's this other person. And it's a gamble, but it's also a very positive thing. They've identified the person. He's undoubtedly going to have to take the witness stand. And remember, what you're trying to do is to get one juror. Now, one jury only hangs the case if they can vote a not guilty, and then you got to retry the whole case again. But if they can create compelling evidence, information that might cause a juror to think, well, somehow maybe somebody else came in there, was with this guy earlier, brushed against something in the house, who knows what. The problem that the defense is going to always have is the DNA found at different locations, the deposit of money, the car at the scene. These are all very compelling pieces. If you're the defense attorney, I'm trying to raise reasonable doubt. If you've got somebody that other people said, look at this guy, and there's suspicious activity, if he's gone to this girl's website, or if she was a customer at the store, these are all things that you put in the juror's mind to say, gee, maybe he did do it. Do we know beyond a reasonable doubt that Ian did this? And that's what you're trying to accomplish as a defense attorney.
Your Honor, hold on for a little bit longer, if you don't mind. We have a former prosecutor and attorney here in the Valley, Josh Colesrud. Excuse me, Josh. Are you there, Josh? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for holding on for us. What were your takeaways today? I know you and I briefly talked about how the defense tried to poke holes in this opening statement. Where are you at with that? I mean, is the DNA the big elephant in the room in this, or is the circumstantial evidence matter? Where are you at?
Well, I agree with what Judge McDonald said. However, DNA is always circumstantial evidence. It's never direct evidence of a crime, meaning that it doesn't tell you the method, means, or opportunity of how the crime took place. So in this case, it's not going to tell you exactly how the murder took place or when it took place or even who committed the murder. Again, all it's telling you is that the defendant in this case has his DNA at a location where the murder did take place, right? However, that only tells us a part of the story. Now, what the defense is doing here is they're saying, look, we're not contesting what the criminalist is saying. Yes, that's our client's DNA. We accept that. We will contest why it's there, but we're not saying it's not us. What we are saying is not only did we not commit the murder, but we have a good idea about who committed the murder. Now, as Judge McDonald said, it's a difficult defense. It's called a third-party defense, where the defense is basically turning into a prosecutor saying who did the crime. So they're going to have to show by method, means, and opportunity why the pharmacist in this case is the most likely killer. Now, the defense doesn't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the pharmacist did this, okay? But they do have to prove by affirmatively showing that there's enough evidence that somebody else did this, and most likely that it was the pharmacist to create the mythical reasonable doubt, which is what they need.
Josh, I want to ask you real quick, just to cut to the chase. Do you foresee the defense team subpoenaing this pharmacist to come and testify and to get on the stand and to explain themselves?
Well, if they do so, it'll likely just be for show, because if you're the pharmacist, there's no reason for you to not plead the fifth. I mean, even if you had nothing to do with the murder, there's plenty of people that have gone through the criminal justice system that didn't commit the crime that were prosecuted. And if for some small reason the prosecution believes that the pharmacist did this, I mean, there's always the possibility that they dismiss the case and then charge the pharmacist. So if you're the pharmacist's attorney, I think that it would be malpractice for you not to plead the fifth if there's any inclination whatsoever that you could be blamed for this, even if you had nothing to do with it. If a reasonable person could be like, that's interesting. Why is your DNA there? Or is it possible that you had a motive? Like, you don't want your client being put in a situation where his statements could later be used against him. And not only that, but his statements could be used against him civilly as well. So if the victim's family later sues both the defendant in this case, they could also sue the pharmacist jointly or severally for the death of their daughter. So you want to keep his lips as tight shut as possible.
Josh, on the other end, I mean, can a defense attorney in a high-profile murder case just pick a name out of a hat because it has some sort of relevance or relativity to this case and start throwing my name around just because I work at the pharmacy down the street? Could he sue them in return?
Well, as the judge said earlier, there has to be a good faith basis for any defense. In fact, because it's listed as an affirmative defense, you have to have what's called a prima facie showing. There has to be some evidence that you can put forward that supports your theory of the case. And if you don't have that evidence and you try to put something in front of a jury, the prosecutor is going to hammer you in closing arguments, and it's going to be one of the quickest verdicts in state history. So you have to have some evidence. Otherwise, it's going to work against you so fast and be so detrimental to your client.
Judge Mel, I wanted to bring you back in if we could real quick, just for your take with, this mystery man pharmacist. I know that you had alluded to it before, but just in a response with what Josh was laying out there as a possible strategy.
Well, Josh has an outstanding point. If this guy takes the witness stand, is called by the defense, and would take the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, that would be a huge plus for the defense, because jurors are then going to think, well, why is the pharmacist not answering the questions? Why is he taking the fifth?
Sorry about that, everybody. If you heard what we heard, there was a big echo there. Your Honor, I think...
yeah, it just froze up for a second there.
Try
if you
again,
just want
Your
to
Honor.
repeat that. Oh, is it still going?
Still going. Josh, let me turn to you while we try to figure that out. Josh, I don't know if you heard that or not. Can you expound on what he was saying there, Josh? Did you hear that?
Yeah, and the judge made a good ancillary point, which is that the presentation of somebody pleading the fifth is tremendous in a third-party defense. Now, juries are instructed that you can't take someone's Fifth Amendment right and use that against them, right? But that's not what they're doing here, because the pharmacist isn't the one on trial. So they can take some sort of negative inference from the fact that he is pleading the fifth. Now, we don't know yet that that's what's going to happen. I'll just tell you that if I was the pharmacist defense attorney, I would be telling him that he absolutely has to plead the fifth because anything that he says could later be used against him.
This just kind of blows my mind. I mean, is this a situation, Josh, where I mean, why doesn't this happen all the time? I mean, if it's really just a way to add
Sure.
some level of confusion.
Well, it's more than that. It's
Okay.
more than that. So, in order to have an affirmative defense, that is where the defense has to put forward some evidence. Again, we call that a prima facie showing. There has to be some evidence that supports your theory. For example, if a defense is self-defense, that's again an affirmative defense where the defense actually must prove by prima facie showing. That means there's some evidence that there was a self-defense. Here it's the same thing. So it's not like you're just trying to confuse the issues, okay? It is you have a defense that is defensible, that there is evidence that supports what you're saying. And a judge actually has to make that determination. Okay, so in this case, you would expect the defense either through cross-examination of the prosecution's witnesses or by presenting evidence through their own witnesses. The judge would have to determine before it goes to the jury whether or not the defense has made the requisite showing of an affirmative defense. And then the burden shifts back to the prosecutor, where the prosecution has to prove that it didn't happen. It's a little confusing,
Wow.
but the defense can't just make up a defense to confuse the issues in any way whatsoever. There has to be something that moves it across the starting line to support the theory.
I would wonder then, forgive me if I'm asking what you just answered, but we asked the judge before this, did the prosecution know this was likely coming? And if so, why didn't they go to the judge before any of this started and say, you can't bring up this guy.
Right.
There's no evidence. There's no this, no that. You can't bring him up at all. But that apparently that didn't happen that way.
So the discovery rules are the same for both sides, meaning that the defense has to disclose any and all evidence that it intends on using at trial no later than 20 days before trial. Otherwise, there can be sanctions against the defense, which could include the preclusion of the defense itself, preclusion of evidence, or the continuance of the case. Now, if you're a prosecutor and you receive this information today for the first time, now you're going to be crying bloody murder. And if you don't like the jury pool, you're going to be demanding a continuance, which will be granted every single time. So I suspect that the defense gave notice to the prosecutor that this was going to happen well in advance of trial. Again, the discovery rules are the same. The defense is obligated through Rule 15.2 to disclose any and all evidence that it intends to use at trial, in particular to affirmative defenses, which has their own special set of evidentiary rules, which requires advance notice before trial. So I don't think there's any doubt that the prosecutor knew about this before today.
Wow. As we were trying to get the judge back on, Josh, while we have you, anything you're looking for as we move forward today? It sounds like we're going to get our first unidentified witness here any minute now. Any thoughts what might be heading our way?
Well, I think what we do know is what the prosecutor is going to do in this case. But what's still a little bit of a mystery is how the defense is going to try to pin everything on the pharmacist. They gave a little bit of a window about that in their opening statement, but I want to know how they're going to prove it. Which witnesses are going to use, which pieces of evidence they think are important for the jurors to understand and consider. So I'm really more interested in what the defense is going to do, only because it's unknown much more than what the prosecutor is going to do. What prosecutors do is, very obvious to everybody. There's no hiding the ball. We all know exactly what the prosecutor thinks what happened, because it's in the indictment and in the discovery as well. So there's no surprise at trial from the prosecutor. It's the defense attorneys that have to think outside the box. And hopefully in this case, they'll put on something that is memorable, especially if their client didn't do this.
That's why they get paid the big bucks.
For sure. Well, I think Judge Mel McDonald's back with us. Hey, Judge, I just wanted to get your final thoughts as we're about to go back into court. But also, too, I just wanted to ask from your perspective, having led so many of these cases where we had the juror appear to fall asleep, how much of a challenge is that in court? And how do you navigate that without potential problems going in the future? This is day one, of course.
That's typically why you have alternates. So if you have concern about a juror being able to function, that's precisely why in a lengthy case you may have 3 or 4 alternates. You just draw one of the alternates by lot. But one other point that I wanted to raise with this defense, I think if you're the prosecutor in this case, it could be devastating consequences if this pharmacist goes on the witness stand, takes the Fifth Amendment as part of a defense case. You can take it to the bank that the prosecutor and the police have thoroughly investigated this guy, run DNA, checked alibis, everything else, and would have assurances to him that nothing is going to happen. They can work out some kind of an agreement or understanding, because they wouldn't be charging with murder if they thought there was any possibility. And whatever evidence they've got, they would lay out to his attorney and advise him, you've got to testify, we need your testimony. The inference of you remaining silent would be devastating. And that could very likely create reasonable doubt in one or more jurors' minds. So I would be shocked if by the end of the case, the defense puts him on, he takes the Fifth Amendment, and the prosecutor hasn't worked out some agreement with him to make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, it was a winding 10-year road to get here, and now we just hit another crazy curve along the way on day one. But great perspective from both of you guys today. Really appreciate your time. Always do.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Well, I think we're going to go back to court because witness is giving testimony right now. The other thing I want to mention is the judge in the case. And again, we're on a 30-minute delay, folks. This is the only coverage you'll see right now, live coverage with us of the Ian Mitcham trial. It's happening. But this witness who's giving testimony, they have obscured their faces. If you're wondering why the camera's askew and not on the witness stand, we're going to have that in just a moment. But if you want to stick with us at 3:30, I think real time, they're going to be going to a recess, and we'll jump back on for just a moment to talk when we catch up.
As in me and you?
That's supposedly what the plan is. Yes. But okay. We appreciate you sticking with us today. I mean, wow, this has been a fascinating day in court.
How often would that happen?
On occasion I have. I didn't particularly want to stay there without her. It's just my personal way of living. But oftentimes she insisted that I do, and given the fact that it was halfway to Thunderbird's campus, I did stay at her place by myself a few times.
Okay. Kind of switching away now from what you guys were both doing in terms of school and work.
Sure.
I want to talk to you about the cars that you had during the time that you were together. What car were you driving when you were dating Allison?
I was driving a blue BMW 2-door.
Okay. I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as Exhibit 54. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is in that photo?
It is my vehicle that I miss very dearly.
Is this something that you did not get back because it was impounded? for the case?
No, it had nothing to do with the case.
You just liked the
I
car?
I
and
love that
you missed
car.
it. Okay.
Allison helped me pick it out.
Okay. I wasn't sure what you meant by
No,
that,
no.
so I just wanted to clarify. Okay,
Got
so
it.
you have a different car at this point. Is that a yes?
Correct.
Okay. So you were driving that car, and what was Allison driving?
I think when we met, Allison drove a Nissan. It was a Nissan Maxima, and then after a bit, she got an SUV. It was a Ford. It was a company car. It was a vehicle that was given to her by the firm that she was working with, which is once again Manleka.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 55. Do you recognize the vehicle in that photo?
Yes, I do. It
And
is Allison's vehicle.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that at some point she had a Maxima, and then she went to this car. Is that a yes, just for the court reporter?
Yes, it is.
When she switched over to this car, did she then sell or get rid of the Maxima?
Oh, it was a company car.
Oh, that was also a company
Correct.
car. Okay. Now, when Allison traveled for work, where did her car typically stay?
Her car sat in the garage.
Okay. When she would have to travel, how would she typically get to and from the airport, if you remember?
Oftentimes I took her. I'm sure she used other means, but I would take her, and as often as my schedule allowed.
Okay. So now I'm going to kind of switch away from the cars and talk a little bit about communication and things of that nature.
Sure.
During the time that you dated, did you both have cell phones?
Yes, we did.
How about email accounts?
Yes, we did.
What about social media accounts?
Yes, we did.
When you were dating Allison, how would you typically communicate with each other?
She was a huge texter, so we've texted. Texting was the main communication portal. Calls, FaceTimes, emails, but text was primary communication between us.
Okay. And how often would you say that you spoke with Allison throughout the day?
Every day, dozens and dozens of texts, usually.
Were there some days where your communication might not have been as frequent given kind of your schedules?
Sure. But we've spoken, communicated, texted, and FaceTime on a daily.
Okay. During the time that you dated Allison, do you remember where she used to bank?
I think Wells Fargo. That's all I recall.
Okay. And in terms of purchasing items, was Allison someone, how did she typically pay for things, I guess is the best question to ask you.
Via card.
Okay. Was she a person who typically carried large amounts of cash around?
No.
Did you consider Allison to be a financially responsible person?
Absolutely.
Now, while you were with Allison, were you aware of any problems she was having with any of her friends?
No, nothing that I was made aware.
Okay. Did you ever become aware of any problems she was having with any coworkers?
No, not at all. Completely the opposite.
How about, were you aware of any problems she was having with any neighbors?
No, not at all. No.
Did you ever become aware of a problem she was having with any past person she may have dated?
Not that I really recall.
Okay.
No.
Based on what you saw, Did Allison appear to be well-liked by people?
She was. She was very, very well liked by so many.
All right. Before we talk about February 18th of 2014, 15, I'm sorry. I kind of want to talk to you about a few of the days leading up to that date, okay?
Sure.
And I want to start with Valentine's Day, February 14th of 2015. Tell us what you remember from the beginning of the day kind of to the end, what you and Allison were doing.
It was, her mom was in town, actually, layover of some sort, and she made plans to meet up with her mom and do girly stuff, and I was just very happy that I didn't have to be a part of it, all things considered, while I had a few other errands to run in terms of my plans for us for the day. I went out and did what I needed to do. Allison had breakfast, I believe, with her mom, and we met up afterwards in the afternoon at her home.
Okay. And you mentioned that you were doing kind of some of your own stuff. Was that related to Valentine's Day?
It was. I ran some errands and picked up a few things, and some of the things that she loved, and yep.
Okay. And so you mentioned that you connected with her in the afternoon, and what do you remember kind of about what you guys did for the rest of the day?
We spent time together. We lounged around, spent some time at home, did some intimacy, I guess would be the word to describe it. And I decided to make dinner. I don't think she ever had that done for her, so I decided to do that. And I made some lamb chops.
And when you mentioned that you had picked up some of her favorite things, do you recall what you picked up that day for her?
I did. I picked up a card, and it wasn't one of those Hallmark cards where I had a bunch of things written in it. I picked up something where I could actually write some stuff in myself. So I picked up a card, and it took like way too long to decide, and it was like giving me major anxiety. But I did pick it out. Wrote what I felt was needed to be written. I picked up her favorite bottle of champagne, and I also picked up pink tulips. She really liked the color pink, and she also liked the tulips. So I figured she'll have one to look at in the living room and maybe one to look at in the bedroom.
Okay, so you got 2 bouquets?
I did.
Okay, so I want to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 57. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
I do. Those are the exact items that I picked out for her on the Valentine's Day.
When you spent time with Allison that day, do you remember? Well, let me ask you this too. If you can kind of look beyond the photo, because I want to ask you about this too. Does this photo kind of show the kind of a portion of that living room area?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, the synced-in living room. Mm-hmm.
And so you mentioned this is a sunken-in living room.
It is.
Okay. And the way it is looking in this particular picture, kind of where things are placed, is that typically how that room would look?
That is correct.
Okay. When you spent time with Allison on Valentine's Day, Do you remember how she looked?
She looked amazing. She always did. But she had a blue maxi dress on, and she had a jean jacket on all day. Imagine it was a little chillier for her taste, but that's what she wore.
Okay. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 58. Do you recognize that photo?
I do.
Is that what you recall Allison looking like on that day that you spent Valentine's with her?
I do.
Did you take that photograph?
I did.
So you mentioned you did some things. I didn't hear you mention this, but I think you got roped into a movie that night as well.
I got roped into a movie, yes.
Okay.
And I agreed, and I would do it 10 times over again.
Okay. But I think you mentioned kind of after that, you guys were in for the rest of the night?
We were.
Okay.
It was the absolute worst, 2 hours of my life.
The
movie part,
okay.
just to clarify.
Just to clarify, okay. I kind of want to talk to you about the very next day, February 15th, which still would have been the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember doing something with Allison that day?
Yeah. We slept in, and yet again, I made breakfast, keyword, I made breakfast, and we decided to do an outdoorsy activity, which was so very rare. So we rented some bikes and decided to bike around the Chaparral Park.
Okay. After you kind of biked around the park and stuff, did you go anywhere else?
Yeah, we did. We grabbed some drinks and food at Zips.
Okay. Do you recall taking any photographs while you were out and about with Allison that day?
I did. I actually insisted on taking some pictures, but normally she was all about it, taking photos, but,
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 59. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do. It's right in front of Zips.
Okay. Is that from the day that you've just testified about?
Yes, it is.
I'll show you one other thing if I can, Alex. May I approach the witness?
You may, and you have continuing permission.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4 for identification. If you could look at that and let me know if you recognize that, please.
Yes, I do.
And what do you-
That's the receipt for the bike rentals for the day we just been talking about.
The state moves for Exhibit 4 to be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Now, after you guys did the bikes and went to Zips, what did you do after that, if you remember?
If I recall correctly, we sat in.
Okay.
Had dinner, and we sat in.
Right. Did you spend the night at her house that night as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So the very next morning, which is a Monday, is that a typical work day for Allison?
I do not recall, but she did not have. She didn't travel anywhere that day.
Okay. And so at some point, you guys wake up, and was it your understanding that she was supposed to travel a little bit later in the week?
Correct.
Okay.
As she would pretty much every week.
Okay. And around kind of this time of the week, were you also kind of had something going on for you?
Yeah, I was actually trying to push to test out for my real estate license, and I just kept on putting it out and putting it out and putting it out. So, but yeah, the plan was to just get it done that week, and yeah.
So because Allison was going to travel and you were kind of needing to focus on your real estate exam, what kind of did the two of you decide in terms of whether or not you were going to see each other for the remainder of the week?
Well, I mean, even though I had no interest in going home and studying, we decided that it's going to be ideal. And by we, I mean she. She decided that, hey, she needs some time to pack up and, do some work and do some business, run some errands. And I decided that it was something that I needed to attend in terms of my studying, and a few last run-throughs for the exam that I planned on, taking that week or maybe the week after. I don't recall exactly.
Okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you had this discussion, and then at some point, did you leave?
I did.
Do you remember on February 16th that afternoon around what time you left Allison's?
In the afternoon at some point.
Okay. If I told you, I think in a prior interview, you might have said around 2 or 3 p.m., would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No, I don't. It's
okay.
The afternoon.
Alex, once you left Allison's house that day, did you ever see her again?
I did not.
I want to talk to you now about February 17th, that next Tuesday. How did you spend your time that day?
I studied quite a bit for the better part of the night, as I planned. I met a friend for brunch or lunch, and that's primarily what I did. What I did in the morning, afternoon.
Okay. When you say that you met a friend, who are you talking about?
I met one of my oldest friends here in Phoenix, Matthias Beer.
Okay. I think we might be confusing the days here.
Maybe.
Did you meet Matthias on the day you went to Allison's house the next time?
I did.
Okay. So I'm talking about the day before that, February 17th.
Okay.
And I know this is a very long time ago. Would you agree that your memory is probably a lot better back then when you were providing information than it is today?
Certainly.
Okay. So you did mention that you were studying all day. And was it your understanding that Allison was still kind of at home getting ready to have or go on her trip?
Absolutely. I mean, she expressed that there were some errands that needed to be ran and some things needed to be restocked in terms of her as it was on every other day.
Okay. You mentioned that you were studying. Do you remember on that particular night, studying kind of late into the night?
Correct. It was, yes.
Okay. And how late, if you remember, were you up prepping for your real estate exam?
Late. It's something that I've done quite often.
Okay.
Given the time and given the studying and things that I was doing at the time.
When you say late, was it still February 17th, or did that studying take you even into the next day?
I'm pretty certain it took into the next day, but I can't be 100% certain.
Now, when you were done studying, do you recall reaching out to Allison at all? Via text?
I don't recall, but I may have said good night as I always have.
All right, I am going to show you what's been admitted already. Actually, before we get to this, I forgot to ask you about something, and that's completely my fault. You mentioned that you had communicated with Allison on February 17th, so not February 18th, February 17th. At some point, do you recall her sending you a message about something you were interested in?
I do. There was an article about a very nice watch that she sent me, and I was baffled by the article, and we laughed and made jokes and exchanged some intimate one-liners, I guess you can call it.
Okay.
But yeah, I do.
Did you like nice watches?
I did.
Okay.
And I do.
All right. So I want to now show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 60. Do you recognize that photograph? Or what's, I guess, depicted in that photograph? Okay. And can you tell the jury what we're looking at in this photo?
You're looking at our usual text exchange from the evening.
Okay. Whose phone are we looking at?
It is Allison's phone. Actually, I apologize. It is my phone.
Okay. And if you kind of look up at the top, you have some kind of joking messages with her.
Sure.
Are you able to see in that photograph, and this we're talking about February 17th, the timestamp on those messages?
I do.
And could you tell us what time you were having that back and forth joking about these one-liners that you talked about? Around what time was that on February 17th?
It was in the evening around 8 o'clock, 8:04.
Okay.
According to this screenshot.
Now, after you exchanged these couple text messages with Allison, did you ever hear from her again?
I did not.
Okay. So you mentioned then that you had been studying and that you believed you might have sent her a good night text. Do you see such a text represented in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you tell us the date and the time that you sent her that text message?
February 18th at 1:11 a.m.
Okay. Given the hour, well, let me ask you this. Did you ever get a response from Allison?
I did not, and honestly, the response wasn't really. I didn't expect to get one because it was so late, and I was pretty certain that she was already in bed.
Okay. So after you send this text, you just kind of finished studying. I'm trying to kind of walk you through this timeline
Of course.
here. What was the very next thing you did?
I sent her a good morning message.
Okay. So I'm assuming sometime between, and I don't want to assume, but I'm sometime between sending the message at 1:11 a.m. and then this good morning text that you just talked about. Did you go to bed in between there?
I did.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you then sent her a good morning text.
I did.
And can you tell us what time you sent her that good morning text?
Yes. According to the screenshot that's in front of me, it's at 9:18 a.m.
Okay. And after you sent her that text, did you receive a response from her?
No, I did not.
What did you do next then, Alex?
As it is depicted on this screenshot, I sent another text at 11:14 in the morning.
Okay.
There may or may not have been phone calls from my end as well. I just do not recall.
Okay. And we'll get to that. So in this particular text that you're sending at 11:14 a.m. on February 18th, you send her another text asking if everything's okay because you hadn't heard from her. Is that
is
generally
correct.
what was said? Okay.
Correct.
Did you ever hear a response back to this text message?
No, there was no response.
Was it starting to get a little unusual that based on kind of how frequently you would communicate with Allison that you hadn't heard back?
It was. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, nothing like that ever happened before, where multiple messages would not be returned.
I think at the tail end of your testimony, you mentioned that you believed that after not hearing back from her, you tried to call her, you believe. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as Exhibit 61. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a history of my outgoing communication from my phone at the time.
Okay. And does it reflect phone calls that you made to Allison on February 18th, 2015?
Yes, it does.
And there appear to be a series of three between 11:20 a.m. and 11:28 a.m.
Correct.
Is that a guess? Okay.
That is correct.
All right. Were you ever able to get a hold of her?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that it was unusual that you hadn't heard back from her. What were you thinking at that point?
Honestly, I was thinking that this is very unusual that my messages and now calls are not being returned. So I even thought I may have mixed up the dates, that she may have been traveling, or I thought she may have to just get on a flight sooner than the plan was. But then I also thought that if it was the case, I'm sure she would have told me that that was taking place.
Okay. Fair to say there's a couple different things going through your head at that point?
There were a few.
So you mentioned when I had asked you about this date a little bit earlier, and there was a little bit confusion about what date I was talking about. Now we're on February 18th, and I think you mentioned that you did a few things and then met an old friend for lunch.
Correct.
Okay, and is that the date we're talking about, February 18th?
That is the date, correct.
Okay.
I do apologize for mixing up the dates.
No problem at all. Do you remember where you went to meet your friend Matthias for lunch?
Man, that man made me drive all the way to the north side. I somehow agreed. But yes, I went to Panera, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
It might be whatever it is today. I think it's different.
Okay. So is it possible that it was when it was still Paradise Bakery?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
Which is now Panera.
Correct.
Okay. And so you met him, and then after you met him, what did you do next?
Despite my plans to studying and taking care of gazillion other things for my MBA program, I got in my car after my lunch with Matthias and I drove straight to Allison's house.
Before you went to Allison's house, did you try and reach out to her one more time?
I believe I did.
Okay. And is that call reflected on that photograph that we're looking at?
From what I can see, it does.
It looks like there's an outgoing call to her at 3:15 p.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Any answer from Allison when you called her that time?
No answer.
So you mentioned that you then decided to go straight to her house.
I started contemplating my life choices, so to speak, and yes, I decided that I should do that. Yes.
By this point, were you worried?
I was very worried.
So when you got to Allison's house, I want to walk you through this part here. You arrive, and you mentioned that you went straight after lunch at Paradise, correct? So it would have been sometime, you left to head to her house after 3:15 p.m. sometime.
Correct.
Okay. When you arrive at Allison's, where do you park?
I parked in the driveway.
And then what was the very first thing that you remember doing after you got out of your car?
If I recall correctly, I tried punching the code to get into the garage.
And did the garage open?
I believe it did, but I don't recall exactly.
Okay. Said that you punched in the code to get into the garage. What were you trying to determine by opening the garage at that point?
I honestly wanted to see if her car was in the garage. So her car was in the garage. She may or may not have taken an early flight.
Okay. So after you open the garage and you see that her car is inside, what do you do next?
If I recall correctly, I walked out and tried to get into the home and see if she was in.
Okay. Was there a point in time that you looked to see whether or not her alarm was activated or not?
I could have. I do not recall the specifics. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So at this point, you're going to go up to the front door, if I'm understanding you correctly, or you're going to go up to the door?
I believe so. I mean, I did have the house key, so I don't know if I have mentioned this or not. I was never really a fan using the key, even though I've had it for months and months and months. But yeah.
Okay. So you had the house key, you made your way up to the door. Did you do anything before you, well, what did you do when you got to the door? Let me just ask, that's a better question. What did you do when you got to the door?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly what I did or the chain of events. I simply tried to open the door and get home.
Do you recall pulling out the key?
Probably.
Okay. At some point you made your way inside?
I did.
Once you opened that door and went inside that house, Alex, can you please describe for us what you saw?
It's not so much what I saw. It's first is what I smelled, and it was the most horrific smell of cleaning products I've ever smelled in my life.
Okay. So that was the first thing that kind of caught your attention?
It was just so horrible.
Okay. Tell us about the very next thing that you heard or saw or...
I walked in and I honestly didn't know what to think or what was happening. And I right away noticed that just furniture was out of place, specifically the couch. I noticed there was some red stain on the couch on the back, and it was sideways. And it's just, it has this smell. It was just everywhere. It was all over. So yeah. After that, I may have went in further into the kitchen living area. I may not. I just don't really recall.
Okay.
And then I made my way into the rest of the house.
Okay.
I found her.
Okay. And when you say you found her, you're talking about Allison.
I found Allison on the floor with no clothes on.
Okay.
No clothes on.
When you found Allison, do you remember specifically in the house where you saw her?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. When you walked in and you said you saw her and you found her, you remember what part of the house she was in?
She was in a hallway.
And you mentioned that
she was in a hallway.
I'm sorry. Okay. And you mentioned that she had no clothes on?
She did not have any clothes on.
Were you able to see her face?
I was not. There was a rug over her face. I couldn't see her face.
After you found Allison, Alex, what did you do?
It's a bit of a blur for what it's worth, but I go for help.
And what do you mean when you called for help?
I called 911.
Do you remember that day if you had to call 911 more than one time?
Yeah, I did call 911 more than one time.
At this point, Judge, the state is requesting to publish. It's already been admitted, Exhibit 43. This is the first of the 911 calls.
Okay.
911 emergency.
Oh my God, I just came over to my girlfriend's house and she's not breathing. It looks like...
Stay on the line. Let me get you over to the paramedics. Don't hang up. 1 moment.
Oh my God.
Fire department, what is the address of the emergency?
Oh my God, give me just a second. My girlfriend is not breathing. I think she's dead.
What is
I
your
just came
address?
over to check on her. She answered her phone all day.
What is
Give me
your
just a
address?
second. Give me just a second. I'm sorry. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm waiting for the address so I can get help started.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know what to do.
Tell me where you're at, sir.
Okay. It is, oh my God.
I need to get help started. What is the address?
Oh, give me,
Do you see numbers on the front of the house? Is there a street name? Is there a piece of mail?
no, it's on Monterey Way. Give me just a second.
Are you still there? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I don't know if he might have called back on a different line. I'm trying to even verify the address here. I think I'm getting from the longitude and latitude of 8519 Monterey Way. But I don't know. I mean, he was obviously not giving us the right information. Right. I didn't hear him disconnect, did you? No, I didn't either. That's why I thought I heard one of my other call takers possibly get him as well. Oh. Okay, yeah, okay. He verified as 8526 East Monterey Way. And we're transferring him back to you right now. Okay, thank you. Formed 8526? 8526 Monterey. East Monterey Way. Uh-huh. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks so much. Bye. Bye.
Alex, did you recognize that call as the first call that you had placed to 911?
I do.
And you mentioned that there had been a second call, or at least another call.
Yes. I couldn't remember.
Judge,
Given what has been taking place, I just could not recall the house number.
Okay. Judge, at this point, the state is requesting to publish what's already been admitted as Exhibit 44, which is the second 911 call.
You may.
What is your emergency?
Oh my God, I just walked into my girlfriend's house and she's on the floor and I think something other happened. She got robbed.
Okay, hang on.
She's
What's
not
the
breathing.
Hang on. What's the address?
I just told you guys it is hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. It is 8526 East Monterey Way,
That's
Scottsdale,
the
Arizona.
8526
Yes, East Monterey Way.
Monterey Way. What unit number?
It's a house. What should I do?
I got to
She's
get over
white and she's
Hang on,
naked.
sir, stay on the line. Hey, listen, I need you to stay on the line so I can get you to the fire department. Do not hang up, okay?
Oh my
Hang
God.
on.
Oh my God.
Fire department, what's the address of the emergency?
8526 East Monterey Way. I just came over to my girlfriend's to check on her, and she's laying on the floor, and she's white and blue, and I'm like, she's dead.
Okay,
and there's blood everywhere.
Hold on, take a deep breath. Give me the address one more time.
8526 East Monterey Way.
Okay, you're in Scottsdale?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
my name
sir.
is Alex Sucadola.
Okay, listen, how old do you think is she? How old is she?
She's 31.
Okay, and the blood. Where's the blood from?
The blood is in her head.
Okay.
I don't want to touch her. Should I touch her? She's blue.
No, listen to me. We have help coming out there. When was the last time you spoke to her?
I spoke to her. We exchanged text messages yesterday in the evening. I was studying for my real estate.
Okay, all right.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Medical problems.
No, she's just having medical problems. There's blood everywhere.
I
in the
understand.
house.
Okay, listen. Is there
It
any...
looks like somebody trying to clean up. It smells like chlorine, bleach.
Okay, you know what? You need to step outside. Petey, are you there?
I am staying outside.
Yes, we're here. We're on our way.
Sir, is there,
Oh my God,
is there any sign of a weapon or anything?
No, there's nothing around. She's in the hallway.
Okay, take a deep breath.
Fire, did you hear that we're going?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Oh my God.
Did you hear what he said about cleaning it up?
What is it?
Sir,
No, ma'am.
when you said you smelled bleach, okay, and you said there's blood everywhere, where do you mean everywhere? Where is
It's on the floor. It's dragged around. It looks like someone might have tried to clean something up.
Okay.
Or she might have tried to clean it up. I have no idea.
Okay. All right.
Oh my God, she's blue. She's blue
Sir,
and white.
what is your name?
My name is Alex Sukadola.
Okay.
And I'm her boyfriend.
Okay. Does she live alone?
Yes, she lives alone.
Okay.
And she did not answer any of my calls. And it's okay.
Okay. Alex, are you going to be waiting outside?
I'm outside.
Okay. Listen, you're doing fine. Just take a deep breath. The officers and the fire department are on their way. Okay. Did you come in a vehicle?
What?
Is there a vehicle that you drove?
She's in the house.
I understand that. I understand. I'm asking what kind of vehicle you drove up in so that my officers can find that house super fast.
I drove a blue BMW 335i.
Okay.
Oh my God! What should I do?
I just want you to wait outside, okay? We're going to wait for the fire department and
Okay, that's here. They just came.
Okay, so now, is it the fire department or the officers?
Fireman.
There's the fire guys.
Okay. I'm going to have you talk to them, okay? Is your phone number the 480-335-4774?
Yes.
Okay, we have your number. The officers are going to be there any moment, all right?
Okay.
All right, fire, do you have anything else?
Okay.
Actually, Alex, stay on the line with me for just 1 second, okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Alex, they're going to be there any moment. I want you to wait outside, okay? Alex? Alex?
Do I need to do anything else?
I want you to wait to speak to the officers, okay?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Alex, when was the last time you saw her?
I saw her 2 days ago.
Okay.
Oh my God!
And do you know if she has any weapons in the house that she?
No, there's nothing.
Okay.
Oh my God!
And does it look, Alex, listen, does it look like maybe she fell or that she tried to hurt herself, or do you think somebody else hurt her?
I did not touch her. I did not do anything. I told you right away.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to understand so I can help my officers.
She's saying...
She's doing what?
What is that?
I can't understand what you're saying. I want to make sure I can hear what you're saying.
She's waiting on the second floor! On the second floor! Oh my God!
Okay.
Oh my God!
Alex, I need you to calm down, okay? I need you to calm down.
I'm not doing anything. Oh my God!
Okay. All right. Alex?
Yes.
Okay. Are you outside?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just take a deep breath for me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My officer is going to be there any moment, okay, and he's going to help you figure this out. Do you know anybody that would have broken into the house or anything like
don't.
that?
Oh my God. Oh, my God.
Okay. Do you have a key to the house, or was the door unlocked?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that how you got in?
Yes.
Okay. So the door was locked?
I opened the garage first. The car was there. I rang the doorbell twice. There is an alarm in the house, and the alarm was retarded. So I thought she was going to the business trip. Oh my God! I'm going to go tomorrow on the business trip. And we had a wedding thing. Oh my God! I don't know what to say anything.
Okay, Alex, just take a deep breath, okay? Okay. I should have an officer that's coming around the corner any minute. Do you see him? Alex? Do you see my officer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to hang up with you so you can speak with him, okay? Okay, all right. Bye, Alex.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at that 3:30 time for our afternoon break. We will see you back here at 3:45. Please remember the admonition.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are outside the presence of the jury, and sir, you may step down at this time while we take our break. And anything else from the parties before we take a break? Anything from the state?
No, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Anything from the defense? Okay.
No,
So
Your Honor.
we'll be back at 3:45.
Tomorrow because the court has morning or something.
So we should get to corner. Okay, Kerner.
We gotta do like the magic buttons here or what?
I still gotta check for it.
Yeah. So tomorrow only Kerner. So we should need to tell. We need to tell Williamson and Van Lilly to come Monday.
Well, so now you're going to see tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So
So just Van Lilly.
Yeah,
Is it easier for Karen to do it or for?
I can reach out.
Did you have a good contact?
Yeah.
Your meeting with Scott tomorrow. What time is it? What's
Just at least to let him know.
Yeah.
We originally told him then we says 12 news is tomorrow, right?
Oh, he just emailed.
Hour later, it happened. They barcode thing so that people could go in. That's what they were saying. They were extremely 30-minute delay.
I don't know how to mute circle
I'm sure anybody.
He said he's off until Monday, but if you're going to reach out to his personal.
Yeah, I'll just say Monday, 10:30.
Yeah. I think so. Wait, who do you want tomorrow, Jess?
I think we're. Martha won't start till tomorrow.
Wait, hold on. You're talking about that.
I'm talking about Van Wilde, so he'll do Monday, but we'll do Kerner tomorrow after Alex.
Starting in the afternoon, though.
Yeah, 1:30. Right, because we only have the afternoon. So I think it will be Kerner. Maybe Williams. I don't even know because I don't know how long across we have to redirect. I got 45.
So. Kerner, not corner.
So you might not be done with him today, right? I should be done with redirect. Okay.
So we can start right at 1:30 tomorrow.
Maybe
And then Williamson.
It's not that long. Redirect. I think we'll have Kerner and Williamson on standby, but I don't think we'll be able to get to any more redirect.
Officer Tim.
How fast do you keep track?
Officer Jared and
There's
Officer
double
Tim.
E's.
I borrowed your charger. You're fully charged.
Oh, yeah. I just always have it connected because these things die quick.
I didn't watch it. I just got that notification. So in the article, it's sort of this. It's all early, and then it goes on. I didn't watch it.
The left side's my better side, though.
Try to make a point.
Thank you.
have a size?
I have some.
Yeah.
Bring your phone. Sure. And your Bible. Jeff's Mr. Tech. What is that? No. I guess it's
left right now, but it's showing the testimony. So it is delayed.
See the judge in the chambers right now.
There's a delay. Yeah, you're yeah. Everything's on there. Yes. I don't pay attention to that. But they did cover it. Okay.
No.
Richard.
Go back and see the judge. Oh, sorry. I didn't know if I asked you. They're calling this live. Snap. No, it's
It was like our side. Yeah, I could hear you. Yeah, I don't know exactly what was said. I need to listen with headphones, but I could hear Pamela. I could hear. No, I didn't. She was able to hear the church specifically. Oh, it totally would have picked that up. Totally would have picked that up. So no trumpets.
sorry.
Yeah, she was definitely able to make out that we yeah, I don't know if this is okay, but FYI. Here we go. I'm watching it live. It's just for okay. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Well, somebody said are we going back there? Yeah. Oh.
Somebody gets picked up on What are we worried about? Ready?
Which he said the same thing to the first time I met him, so it's pretty funny actually. It's kind of my family again. Not 20 years. No. No, just I was surprised to see him. He seems to be happy on that side. I think partly he's just happy that this is my show. Granted, they can stream this from their offices, which is what 12 business do. So it doesn't mean they're not paying $1.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are back in the presence of the jury, and at this time we will continue on with the direct examination of this witness.
Thank you. Alex, when we broke, we heard we had just finished listening to the 2 calls that you placed to 911 that day. And did you have the opportunity to listen to those, as they were being played in court?
I did the best I could.
Okay. And do you remember me asking you questions about whether or not prior to going to the door you had checked to see if her alarm system was on? Do you remember me asking you that question?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you hear yourself discussing that issue with the 911 operator during
Yes,
that
I did.
call? Okay. So did that help refresh your memory about checking to see if her alarm was on before you went in?
It did.
Okay. Another thing is, as you mentioned that you had put the key in the door, and did you hear your discussion during the 911 call with the operator about the door being locked?
I did.
Okay. And did that help refresh your memory about how you put your key in and you believe the door was locked at the time?
I did.
Okay. All right, so I want to kind of take you from the point where you called 911 those 2 times to the point where the officers arrived and the fire department arrived on scene, okay? Where were you at when, first of all, do you remember who arrived first, the police or the fire?
The fire team did.
Okay. While fire was there, did the police start to arrive kind of simultaneously?
Give or take.
Okay.
Can you give me more specifics? Like what exactly do you mean by? I vaguely recall. I mean, I was spoken to. I don't recall. Or what was said.
Did you have to point them to Allison's body, or did you command you?
I did not point anywhere. I was outside. The firefighters and whoever else was on the scene did what they need to do on their own.
Now, during the 911 call, if you recall, there was some discussion of
In between long calls over in the kitchen said was a letter with the exact house numbers. I just could not recall the house number.
Okay. So then, other than looking for that letter that you're talking about to find the house, did you touch anything?
I did not.
So at some point, the police arrived. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And what do you remember happening after?
outside and spoken to by the police. I don't recall really much of the details.
Without getting into anything that you said to the police, did an officer talk to you at the time?
I recall that, yes. Perhaps more than one officer. I just don't recall exactly.
And without getting into what was said, did you answer any questions that they had?
To the best of my recollection, I answered all the questions, whatever it is that they asked me.
And at some point after that, did they ask you to go to the police station so they could interview you?
Yeah, I remember going to the police station and we got to the police car.
You weren't under arrest.
I don't believe I was.
So you went to the police station, and then did you do an interview with officers in the
There was a few interviews, if I believe correctly. Yes.
Okay. And let me kind of separate. Fair to say that you ended up in the interview and
very many times it's yes.
I want to focus on that first day of your interview. So they spoke to you at the scene, and then they gave you a ride in the police car, and then they interviewed you at the scene.
Correct.
Okay. Now, while you were at the police station, did the police at any point ask for your clothing?
They did, yes.
Okay, what do you remember about that?
They asked for my clothing. I recall inquiring as to why. I gave them whatever it is that they needed.
Okay, so you ended up giving them anything they asked for the clothing?
Whatever they asked, I gave.
Okay. Did you give them a DNA sample?
Right there at the police station, without a question, yes.
Did you allow a nurse to do a physical examination of you?
Yes.
Did you allow people from the police department to take photos of you?
I did.
Did you allow people from the police department to look through your phone?
I believe I did. I gave it to them.
Do you remember approximately that first day, how long you spent up at the police station?
It was quite some time. Hours.
Hours. At some point, did your roommate come up to the police station?
Yes, he did.
And do you remember why?
He would bring me clothing and take me back.
Back
home.
Okay.
As my vehicle was still at Allison's residence, just to clarify.
Okay. And the photograph that I showed you earlier, which I believe was Exhibit 54, was your car still within that crime scene tape at that point?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I do want to show you, well, let me ask you this. During your interview with police on the 18th, did they go over with you kind of a timeline of where you had been the day before and how you had spent your day on February 18th?
If I recall correctly, there was quite a few of those conversations that day with quite a few details where I was asked similar questions in just different ways.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you try to answer the police's questions to the best that you could?
I did.
I want to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 65. Do you recognize that?
It is. I do.
Okay. And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a very nice looking hat.
I'm going to guess that you're saying that because it's a U of A hat.
It is.
Okay. And were you wearing that hat initially when you had arrived at Allison's?
I believe I was.
Now, I know I just asked you about the fact that you had several conversations and several, I should say, interviews with police over the years. Is that fair?
Quiet. Several.
Okay. And I know you mentioned that you went to the police station for one. Did the police also come to your house a few times to talk to you?
They were at my house several times.
Okay.
Yes.
Each time they came to your house, did they question you about different things as they began to learn information?
They've asked me questions about things, yes.
Okay. Did you provide police with your car keys so they could look through your car?
I did.
Do you recall the police asking you relatively early on in the investigation about a party that was hosted at Allison's house a few weeks prior to her murder?
I'm sure they did. I certainly do remember the party.
Okay. Tell us about that party.
It was a championship party. We had quite a few friends over. Patriots were playing in the AFC Championship game, so it was one of the most funnest memories I have.
Okay. And you mentioned this was at Allison's house?
Yes, it was.
And during that party, you said there was a lot of people over. Your friends, her friends, both of your friends?
Yeah, friends of both on both ends. Absolutely.
Okay. And I want to kind of talk to you about, what people brought, to the best that you can remember, almost 11 years ago here, to the party. Did you guys provide anything, given that you were the hosts?
Yes, it was semi-catered, and yes, there was plenty of beverages of all kinds that were provided, and there was a plethora of friends who brought drinks and food over as well, if I recall correctly.
Okay. I want to show you, but it's already been admitted as Exhibit 56. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
It looks like there are some coolers with some beer on top.
Okay. And in terms of what we're looking at, what is the location of, or I should say, where or what are we looking at? Whose backyard is this?
This is Allison's backyard, right outside the kitchen window, the main kitchen window.
And do you remember, clearly in the photograph, those coolers are outside. Were they typically kept outside?
I mean, not really much was kept outside prior to the party, but there were outside because they were outside. Maybe I'm not sure what
Okay,
you're asking.
let me ask you this. Did those coolers for the party remain outside after the party?
I'm pretty certain that they remained outside because none of us were type of drinkers as what was depicted on top of those coolers.
Okay. Let me show you what's been admitted already as exhibit, oops, that's not what I wanted to hit. Exhibit 67. Never mind. That's not what I wanted to hit either. All of these exhibits have been admitted. So in terms of the beer, do you recall people bringing their own beer to the house? I mean, how did all of that beer, it looked like there was a variety of kinds and types and...
Sure. I mean, certain people brought certain things that they wanted to bring by. So yeah. As I've mentioned, there was a plethora of beverages that were there, courtesy of us and other friends and people who showed up brought the stuff with them.
Okay. Was I in Mitcham at that party?
I honestly don't know who that is until all of this dealings, but no.
Okay. Have you ever Alex, do you recognize that item?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
There's Allison's key set.
Okay. And does it look the same or similar to how it looked when you were dating her?
Yes, it does, from what I recall.
Okay. And is that the keychain that you said she kept her house key and her car key on?
It is.
At this time, the state moves for the admission of Exhibit 8 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 8 into evidence.
I believe that you were asked about Allison's wallet. Do you recall what that looked like?
It was a monstrous wallet, red in color.
You also indicated that you were asked about Allison's jewelry a few times. Is that correct?
I was, yes.
Okay. Specifically, were you asked about some watches?
I was.
Okay.
Yes.
And what information did you provide the police regarding your recollection of Allison's watches?
I've shared the details of what I recalled, or the fact that she owned several.
And back then, were you able to describe any of those watches in detail?
I'm fairly certain I did.
Do you happen to remember any details of those watches as you sit here today?
I could probably describe a few.
Tell us what you remember.
She had a pink watch, round face, round bezel. I got her the same exact one, but with blue face. She really, really liked it, and she wore it all the time. She had, I believe, a squared face diamond watch. I don't particularly recall by whom. And those are just one of the few that I recall. But I do recall specifically the pink face watch and the blue face as well, because there was one of from the same watchmaker.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you one other question here, because then we're at the end of the day, and then we will adjourn for the night. I'm sure the court's going to tell us. Do you recall during the time that you dated Allison where she kept her jewelry?
They were in a watch jewelry box of some sort. It was on her nightstand. On a nightstand.
And the nightstand, where would that have been located?
I don't recall if it was on left or right side of the bed. I'm thinking that it may have been on her side.
Okay, and when you say her side, are we talking about the master bedroom?
We are.
Okay. This is fine.
Okay, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we're at that 4:30 mark. We're going to adjourn for the evening. As you may recall from your calendar, we are dark tomorrow morning, so I'll ask you to return tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Please remember that admonition as you go home tonight. Please do not discuss the case or do any research, and I'll look forward to seeing you all back here at 1:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Long reach.
Please be seated. Let the record reflect we are outside the presence of the jury. And anything to take up before we adjourn for the evening? Anything from the state?
Nothing related to the case. I didn't know if we were going to discuss anything else.
And from the defense?
Okay, turn off my mic. Hold on one second, Your Honor.
Sure.
I have to fix my hearing aids. Otherwise, I'm hearing triple of everything. Judge, I know we talked about in chambers about media. It appears to me, based on emails I'm receiving from teams in my office, that the media feed is including times when we're on break. One of them was at 2 o'clock. The closed captioning is running while people are walking back and forth and we're not in session, and it's picking up stuff. So I want to make that record, and let the court be aware. I will go back to the office and talk to some of those people, but at the end of the day, this is a problem. It's interfering with Mr. Mitcham's Sixth Amendment right to counsel and our ability to consult with our attorneys or with his attorney, and then all of us consulting as a team.
Okay.
And I'm sure the state has similar issues.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. So I just wanted to share with you that our court communication team has addressed the issue, and the media has been advised that when I'm not on the bench, that they are to stop recording. I will issue an updated minute entry just to make sure this is clear. And then there's going to be an email sent out to anyone receiving the distribution feed to not use that audio going forward. So for any other programming that's created with today's feed. But I will issue an updated minute entry to make sure that's clear. You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Thank you all, and I will see you tomorrow at 1:30. You can step down.